Hi everyone, and I think we really need to start with an apology. We're sorry to start 1 hour later. I must say, usually it's us waiting for you to arrive. This time it's you waiting for us to start. There's also something nice about that. But thank you for the patience. Well, we are late for the best intentions. We really had very good sound checks before, so it's also better for you, actually. I'm Antonia Alampi, and I'm one of the curators, together with Yasmin Al-Kaisi, Caroline Ektander, and Camilla Metwali, of this program titled The Long Term You Cannot Afford on the Distribution of the Toxic, which essentially tries to, different formats, different forms, different perspectives, try to unpack and disentangle the kaleidoscopic meaning of the toxic, its implications, its consequences, try to look into questions around, well, or related to its production, its distribution, and perhaps thinking about also what redistributing it would mean. I really want to make this very, very short because we have so many amazing contributors tonight, plus we're anyway 1 hour late. So I do want to thank, and that's really an important thank you, first of all, our team, the Savvy team. We tend to reduce projects always to the curators, but actually, really, there's so many people contributing to the making of it, and it's not just about production or financing or management. Each and every mind and heart of this team heavily contributes to the program. And we're going to name everyone part of the team at the very end, because we're so late, but you're going to listen to the list. And of course, we really want to thank our funders. The truth is, without cash, we couldn't make this happen, and we have been very importantly supported by the Hauptstadt Kulturfonds. So we really thank the Senate of Berlin for making this happen, and the Foundation for Arts Initiative. We've had additional support by a number of other funders as well, such as Mondrian Fund, Goethe Institute, that allowed us to have a number of speakers here, both from Kolkata and from Pakistan, from Lahore, White Space Beijing, the Visual Arts Fund Iceland, DAAD, Artists in Berlin program, thanks to whom Robert Matana is here, and the Berlin Senate, again, for culture in Europe. Thank you so much for being here.
So I will jump in quickly to introduce the first act, which is an honor. Antonia mentioned that there are a lot of hearts and minds from Savvy put into this project, and there is also another kind of arm to this longer research, and it started on an autumn day in 2017. I had just read a fantastic blog post on discard studies about a hazardous exchange between Philadelphia and Haiti by a Munich researcher, and it caught my attention, and I met Antonia for a beer, and we had maybe 5, and at the end of it we decided we should really reach out, which we did, and a longer kind of alliance emerged, which is Toxic Commons, more that have been contributing yesterday and are here with us today. Who we also thank for putting so much flesh into our thoughts. So I would like to introduce here Simone Müller. She's principal investigator of the Hazardous Travels, Ghost Acres, and the Global Waste Economy. Yeah, so please. Thank you.
So, here we go. So, thank you so much for those kind words of introduction. Thank you all for being here. I think my role and function here as a non-artistic person is to give you more of a background and intro into themes and structures and dynamics that may frame all of the discussions that we'll have throughout the night. So, please allow me to guide you and lead you through a little bit of the hidden externalities and the globalization of hazardous waste, which is like the precondition of our modern lifestyle, of our life here today, and also I think of a lot of the like performances, art pieces, and interventions that we'll hear and see and experience today. I want to start off with a quick question, and the question I bring to you is one from my historical sources, and I would like you to read that and just then give me a hands up as to which of the two options you would choose. So, let me ask you a question. You have 2,000 tons of pesticide that's been produced in the United States and taken off the market. However, that pesticide is still on sale in the rest of the world. Now, what do you want it to do? Do you want it to be buried and disposed of as hazardous waste in America, in the United States? Or do you want those 2,000 tons of toxicity, of chemicals, to be redistributed as a second-hand product, recycled, in a country that still sees it a commodity? So that in the end, 2,000 tons of that very pesticide are produced less in the world. I'll give you a minute to ponder on this. And now I'd like to see a couple of hands. He would say, dispose in America. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. He would say, redistribute. Sell it as a commodity where people want it. No one, okay. Big surprise. As you see, this is a historical source that we have from the 1980s and 1990s. And people at the time did think about it a little differently than we do here in this room. But I think the quote really brings out 4 contradictions and also the moral dilemma that we're facing today in our state of being on a permanently polluted planet. And that is, on the one hand, the very state of our being, that we live on a permanently polluted planet. Toxicity, as it says, is a condition of life. The second point that we have underneath this is the question of, so what's waste? What's a commodity? When does waste become commodified? And what is waste to whom? Directly connected to that, as you'll see, is the question of toxicity. What is toxic? What are the thresholds? When do we say that kind of toxicity is bearable? And when do we say, okay, that's the level of where the exposure to that certain kind of toxicity is too much? And then I think the last point that we can draw from that quote is the myriad layers of global inequality and the violence that's connected to that global inequality that inscribes toxicity into our bodies, into someone else's body, into everyone's body, but to very different degrees. Now, let me go a little bit deeper and tell you how we got to that state and to those 4 points. And I'll start off with a little welcome, and the welcome is welcome to the waster scene, which is our current state today. Welcome to waste as the 20th century disease of civilization. Our very modern way of life today is based on an exponential and extremely fast rising amount of trash. So the global amount of waste increases from, let's say, the year 1900, we have about 300,000 tons of waste produced per day by the global population. Estimates for the year 2000, so 100 years later, is that we as humans produce 3 million tons of waste per day. Part of it is, yes, we have a lot more waste now. But we also have a lot more waste today that is problematic. And that's where the toxicity hits in. Because a lot of the waste of this like huge amount that we humans produce all around the world, this 3 million tons per day, is increasingly problematic. Originally, waste was just like paper, pulp, or organic material. Now, with what is kind of like technically called the second chemical industrial revolution, or just very basically and simple, the invention of plastic and pesticides, two forms of chemicals that are just kind of like at the very basis of our capitalist state of being, of our modern comfortable life. But also kind of like chemicals, chemical connections, that made it necessary in 1970 to coin a term to make a distinction of normal waste from something that we've come to call hazardous waste, toxic waste, Sondermüll, gefährlicher Abfall, and so on and so on. Today, we produce about 400 million tons of that hazardous waste, with the United States producing 75% of it, just to give you kind of like a little gist. But even we in this room, living in Germany, are among the top producers of hazardous waste material. Just to give you a little bit of how kind of like more and more toxicity came into our life, just through the things we consume, through the way we produce, and through the way we dispose of things. You see here, kind of like the line going up, just of amount of hazardous waste that the United States produces, from kind of like 9 million metric tons in 1970 to 57 million tons in 1980. And after kind of like a change of law, we go all the way up to 275 million tons of hazardous waste material. That hazardous waste material essentially is kind of like 3 different kinds. It's waste from disposal, incinerator ash, sewage sludge. It's waste from production, oh, don't step on the cable. It's chemicals, batteries, or wastewater. And it's waste from consumption. So banned pesticides, obsolete chemical weapons from the Cold War, or chemically treated products like kids' toys that we've here in the West in particular have thought that they are too dangerous to give to our kids. Well, why not pass them on to somebody else's? Today, it's primarily electronics that fall into that. So, were we to suffocate from waste, in particular when you look at like 1980 and this increasing rise, were we here in industrial countries, were we to suffocate from like all this toxic material that we produce? No, because we had in the 1980s a couple of like ingenious waste traders who thought, just at the very beginning, the quote that I showed you, if it's waste here, it may still be a commodity someplace else. And one of the reasons why we're talking about inequality here, about like global redistribution, is that like our world today is also based on the mechanism and the structures of what we call the global waste economy. And the global waste economy, that is the trade with the international trade with hazardous waste material, oftentimes from countries in the global north to countries in the global south. And that very system came in place in the 1980s. You'll see, as like Carolyn has been pointing out, one of the stories that we have in our research group is about kind of like waste being shipped from Philadelphia to Haiti. When you walk through the exhibit, you'll see how kind of like waste has also been traded between kind of like Eastern Germany or Western Germany, between Italy and Nigeria, between France and its kind of like former Maghreb states. Greenpeace has been collecting a lot of it. And so we come to the point that we have about 300 to 500 shipments of hazardous waste from countries in the global north to countries in the global south. Are we complicit? What does what I've been telling you have to do with us here today? How is this system that's been set up in the 1980s like stretching and exposing its power and its grip on us here today? It does so because we see when we look at the beginnings of it, a strange entanglement of the individual and the system, structure and personal decisions. How did it come about that a country like the United States decided it's economically cool to actually start exporting its hazardous waste abroad instead of disposing of it locally, as you all were like rallying in favor for at the very beginning? Are we complicit? Yes. One of the interesting factors that led to that like export mechanism is actually our environmental consciousness. The idea and notion that toxicity is harmful to us, to our body, to that of our children, and to our environment. And with it, the introduction of environmental governance, environmental laws, rules that make our environment safer and more enjoyable, also better for our health. What comes with it is something that we've called NIMBYism, St. Florian's Prinzip in Germany. Please bring fire to the house next to me, just not mine. Please have all that toxic stuff not in my backyard. And with that, with the protest against toxic material being close to us, with a notion and an awareness, what we see is the push to put it someplace else, where people may not have the same environmental laws and regulations, where they may not consider those 2,000 tons of obsolete pesticides to be a hazard, but just a simple commodity. What I'm showing you here is how with the introduction of modern environmentalism, something that we're actually very proud of here in the West, how that goes together with the externalization, with the push over of toxicity to other parts of the world. Because what comes with it is the increase in prices, the price for our life, for our wealth, for our health, for our environment, and with that, the price for disposing of hazardous waste. That is not everywhere the same. And so what we see happening is a push over to countries that have different or no environmental legislation, which is up until the 2000s very much the case. So parallel to the rise in disposal cost, you see the rise of export. Is it happening here? Is here not everywhere? That's also like one of the quotes that we have in the SAVI program. How could it be that a system developed of global waste trade that had such a patchy framework of some person saying this is hazardous waste, the other saying, well, no, this is a commodity, we can still use those pesticides. DDT is the very best example. The Americans exposed it, Germany exposed it. They didn't want to have DDT. People in West Africa, people in Egypt said, we'd rather have DDT and no malaria than the health effects that come from spraying. Another part of the story is that back then and to this day, we work with different knowledge regimes. How well do you in this room feel equipped to assess if something is toxic? What kind of tools do you have to measure toxicity, its long-term effects, what it does on your body, what it does on maybe like the unborn in you, the next generation and the generation after that? What are the tools, the knowledge the mechanisms that you tap into. They're very, very different all throughout the world. And what I've brought you are two images of like people dealing with the very same material, toxic incinerator ash, loaded with heavy metals. On your left side, you see US scientists, like full body clothed, heavy boots, taking samples. And on the other side, you see people from Casa Island just merely looking at it and be like, oh, it doesn't look toxic. They're tapping into very different knowledge regimes. At the time, the circulation of what is toxic and what is not toxic is not as global and as easily accessible as we think it. Knowledge and not knowing about toxicity is also a means of power and of inequality, and through that, of violence. What then also comes with it and attaches to it, and that's like the photograph of the guy in the middle. The guy in the middle is a waste trader from the United States trying to tell Haitians that that toxic incinerator ash that he brought with him is cool, is fine, is non-toxic. They can use it for fertilizing or whatever. And he does so by eating this stuff, mocking their very intelligence, and displaying an environmental racism that often came with the export. You might be thinking, okay, this is all very fine, but we live like 3 decades later and everything's so much better and easier now. I'm sorry to say, no. Yes, you're listening to a historian, but history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. And a lot of the structures and dynamics that I've teased out from my historical studies and historical stories, you will still find today and throughout today's discursive program and today's discussion. And to give you just one example of how history rhymes, I'll lead you back to the political debates and discussions we've had a year ago when China said, you know, we don't want your plastic waste anymore. Well, where did it go? Did the industrial countries take it back and say, oh, sure, sorry, mistake, misunderstanding, we'll take it back, and as you said in the very beginning, we should dispose of the hazards where it originated. So, yes, take it back. But that's not what happened. What happened was just the repeat of the historical structure that we find, a game of musical chairs, of toxicity just going down the path of least resistance, and market shifting from China onto Malaysia, where you did not yet have that strong stand against waste imports from the global north. I want to end on one last trope that we also find with toxicity as a condition of life, and that is invisibility. I've been talking about the hidden externalities, and in a way that also goes back to the role of the individual and the role of the system. Yes, the individual is complicit in creating that system by rallying for NIMBY, by saying not in my backyard, without thinking that we are on one planet where things eventually have to go, that it should actually mean not in anybody's backyard. But it's also with toxicity, we easily buy into this saying, out of sight, out of mind. We drop it down the deep ocean, we put it in running water, underground, in the forest, or just across the border into a neighborhood we don't go to. Invisibility, keeping things hidden, are key to toxicity in our life and to the structures and dynamics of the global waste economy. two journalists musing about how to end this whole circle of continuously externalizing, of continuously exerting a violence against the most vulnerable people on earth by dumping our toxic disposal on them. They came up with that notion, and that's what I want to leave you with at the end of my talk. Anywhere but here. It is 5 p.m., the evening of December 31st. The trash shuttle Refuse One has just landed at Vandenberg Air Force Base from its daily trip to the moon. Along with 24 of other shuttles, Refuse One disposes of an increasing percentage of the country's hazardous waste. When the program was first proposed, the idea of hauling trash to the moon had been dismissed as an absurd and prohibitively expensive scheme. But with a sharp escalation of the costs of earth landfilling and incineration, moon disposal costs have become quite favorable. Prospects for future moon filling appear bright. Scientists' studies show that capacity will not be exhausted for 300 years. Critics worry about potential problems with the moon environment, but the moon-filled proponents argue that a waste site, after all, is nothing more than the environmental equivalent of a moonscape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simone. We continue with Yolanda, Adriane Collins, that I'm very, very happy to have. And I think she will maybe touch upon some of the things you said by kind of zooming into maybe really specific or more specific case studies. Adriane is currently in Berlin. She holds a postdoctoral fellow at the Institute for Cultural Inquiry in Berlin and has a doctorate, a PhD in environmental sciences and policies from Central European University in Budapest. And her research, and this is really sort of we got to know her work, explores climate change governance policies, especially in relationship to the historical and cultural uses of forests in the Guyana and Suriname, which I think is also a very relevant discussion right now also with the situation in Amazonia. And her work is particularly attuned to the legacy of the colonial encounter, often identifying and interrogating connections between the historical experience and market methods for affecting behavior change around forest use. Yolanda, thank you so much for being with us.
Some 3 hours drive from the center of Paramaribo, along a single paved road through the rainforests, I sat in Braunschweig, Suriname, with 2 Dutch translators in a small wooden building, the domicile of the captain of a Maroon community. The home had a smattering of things, a mixture of modernity and tradition. On the way in, we had witnessed Maroon women sitting outside in a communal yard, topless and wearing the patterned print that characterizes their traditional dress, while tending to food in big bowls at their feet. Inside sat the captain of the small community, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt emblazoned with the letters NYC, within the image of the Statue of Liberty. He was seated on a white plastic chair with fragments of other places and time surrounding him, including a broken mixer, glass cylinders, and empty bottles of alcohol. The following are selected sequential extracts of my interview with this captain in 2014. So first, I asked him, "Can you tell me a little bit about yourself and what you do?" He responded, "I am the captain of this village. I am a gold miner." So we continued talking for a bit, and I asked, "Do you think the forest should be protected? He said yes. I asked, why should the forest be protected? He said, for the future. A little bit later, I asked him, who do you think should protect the forests? He responded, the government. I asked him what activities caused the forest to be cut down. He responded, gold mining, quarrying, logging, and making products out of wood. So I said, do you think you damaged the forest? He said, yes, I think so. The extracts reveal the inherent contradiction in the Maroon village captain's view of himself and his interaction with the forests. His response highlights the fact that he, as captain of the village, is also a gold miner. Yet, he is a gold miner who believes that the forest should be protected by the Surinamese government against the threat of gold mining, quarrying, and logging, in the first of which he is himself involved. Given the historical connections of Maroon communities to the land on which they reside, some seeing themselves as spiritually connected to that land, this came as a bit of a surprise to me. The captain believes that forests should be protected in the interests of the future, however that is conceptualized. In the present, though, he feels the need to uproot trees to get to the gold that is beneath the soil, presenting perhaps a conflict between his future interests and present needs. I suggest here that perhaps the precarious circumstances of the Maroon captain, on which I will elucidate as the talk continues, that these circumstances represent an entry point, perhaps, into how we can think of toxicity. I propose 3 ways and am, of course, open to dialogue. The first is toxicity in terms of quantity, especially in relation to carbon and climate change, as I shall describe. The second is toxicity demonstrated through the degradation and exploitation of biodiversity, or simply that which we conceptualize as nature, often as external from ourselves, which is relegated to a status of byproduct of economic activity, such as gold mining and the deforestation it engenders. Thirdly, I posit that some human beings, their bodies, and their subjectivities, with subjectivities being seen here as their internalized representations of themselves, that these bodies and subjectivities are treated as toxic, discarded, and left to fend for themselves when no longer deemed useful by external powers. But first, a bit of history. In the early 1600s, indigenous people were occupying a geological area and ecoregion called the Guiana Shield in northern South America. The Guiana Shield is currently one of the last intact forest ecosystems on Earth, and it is a region of strategic importance for supporting the well-being of the wider Amazon ecosystem of which it is a part. But back in the 1600s, the indigenous people living in the Guiana Shield encountered European explorers with whom they established trading relations. The explorers, wholly out of their comfort zone, in tropical and unfamiliar terrain, established relationships with the indigenous people, forming trade relations on which they, the Europeans, relied for food. The indigenous people, in turn, began to rely on Europeans for novelty goods and tools. However, this somewhat egalitarian trading relationship gradually became an exploitative colonial one, skewed to the advantage of the Europeans, who went on to establish systems of slavery and indentureship as sources of labor on plantations that they developed on the coasts of the Guyana Shield. These sugar, coffee, cacao, and cotton plantations, along with the exploitation that enabled them, contributed to the development of capitalism in colonial centers in Europe. The over 400 years that followed this initial encounter saw a steady stream of indigenous people, as well as enslaved and then freed Africans initially brought to the Guyana Shield to labor on coastal plantations, join indigenous communities in seeking refuge and establishing lives in the forests. The colonizers had eventually brought people from places as varied as India, China, and even the south of Europe as labor sources, with each group taking up different economic roles in relation to the environment. So throughout the period of slavery, the ancestors of the Maroon captain, with whom this presentation began, escaped slavery to set up communities in the forests of Suriname, learning from the indigenous people who had already been residing there. However, some Maroon communities in the forest were forcibly relocated in the 1960s as the then Dutch colonial government completed construction of a hydro-powered dam to provide low-cost electricity that was needed to fuel the country's then booming bauxite industry. These communities, comprising approximately 6,000 Maroons, were forced to relocate, and those members who refused saw their communities flooded, losing infrastructure, land, spiritual grounds, and even their lives. The communities were then relocated to Braunschweig, the site of the interview with which I began this presentation. In the new, unfamiliar environment, some Maroons turned to gold mining to earn an income. So, as you may have noticed in this talk, I focus predominantly on Suriname, but my arguments are drawn from engagement with the colonial histories of Guyana and Suriname, which are the only two independent countries situated completely within the Guyana Shield. Both countries, I should point out, are amongst the most highly forested countries in the world, part of the Amazon forest ecosystem. So, with this brief history of over 400 years in the Guyana Shield now recounted, I move towards thinking of toxicity through carbon. Trees are known to sequester carbon from the atmosphere. Their destruction is said to account for between 10 to 20% of global carbon emissions, depending, of course, on the time in which this is measured. This recognition motivated the Conference of Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change to try to tackle deforestation through the Reducing Emissions from Deforestation and Forest Degradation Initiative, otherwise known as REDD. The Conference of Parties formally accepted REDD into the Global Framework for Addressing Climate Change in 2015. Through REDD, a diverse coalition of actors, including businesses, national and city-state governments, and even Germany, govern forests and its users by providing payments to forest owners for avoiding deforesting and forest degrading activities. So, to put simply, REDD Plus tries to bring about forest conservation by paying the people who manage or own the forests not to cut it down or not to degrade it. I have tried to examine REDD Plus through the Foucauldian-inspired theoretical framework of neoliberal governmentality, which is to recognize the reliance on REDD+ on incentives, and to try to determine the extent to which incentives could actually bring about change in people's relation to the forests. So a good way of looking at this is perhaps to juxtapose neoliberal governmentality with disciplinary ones. So in disciplinary methods of governing, people would be educated or otherwise convinced to change their behavior in particular ways. But through neoliberal modes of governing, people are imagined as rational and coherent, responsive to incentives that are introduced into their environment. So I sought to try to figure out whether or not these incentives could actually bring about change and encourage conservation. So Guyana was one of the early movers on REDD+, having offered to the international community in 2008 its plan for avoided deforestation in exchange for funding. The only definitive response outside of the mainstream preparation efforts facilitated by the World Bank and the United Nations took place when Guyana and Norway in 2009 signed an agreement that would see Guyana being compensated up to 250 million United States dollars for the carbon sequestration work of its forests. Suriname did not have such a bilateral agreement. Its entrance developed in conjunction with international organizations such as the World Bank and the United Nations. That said, carbon is not toxic in itself. We human beings inhale oxygen, exhale CO2. This process is essential to our life on Earth. Hence, carbon is essential to our life on Earth. However, as is perhaps well known by the attendees of this event, carbon dioxide is harmful in its concentration, with its accumulation in combination with other gases, of course, increasing the average temperature of the planet, threatening food systems, ecosystems, and gradually, systematically, and insidiously worsening the quality of life on this planet. So with this account of forests, carbon, and climate change governance now recounted, I move towards thinking of toxicity in relation to these dynamics through gold. So as colonialism ended in 1966 in Guyana and 1975 in Suriname, the independent states that emerged either opted to or were forced to, based on the vagaries and preferences distributed, based on the vagaries of and preferences distributed by trade agreements with the United States and Europe, they were encouraged or forced to move away from the commodities on which their economies had become reliant. Mining of gold, bauxite, and other minerals quickly moved up the ranks, becoming major income earners in both Guyana and in Suriname. Due to the Surinamese government's participation in REDD, however, some Maroon communities came to again be the focus of national policy change as threats to the forests because of their gold mining activities. This is because, as I had mentioned, small-scale gold mining is now the main persistent driver of deforestation in both countries, due to the fact that trees must be felled to access gold deposits beneath the soil. Hence, the gold mining Maroons in Brunsweg were again being made to bear the weight of national development aspirations. In both countries, the intensity of the production of gold varied over time. It grew dramatically, though, in the early 1990s as the independent Surinamese government sought to recuperate from a civil war. The civil war had sparked around Ronnie Brunswick, the leader of the Surinamese Liberation Army, who shared the rewards of his illegal activities with Maroon communities. This spurred retaliation by the Surinamese army that then went on to carry out violent atrocities against the Maroons who supported Brunswick. This civil war, combined with a fall in the price of bauxite on the international market as the Cold War was coming to an end, devastated the Surinamese economy. This war reduced access to education in Maroon communities, so the male populations turned, surprise, surprise, to gold mining to earn an income. During this period, Brazilian small-scale gold miners who lost their land usage rights to big business in nearby Amapá, Brazil, also in the Guyana Shield, they moved to Suriname to work, bringing new technologies to gold mining and forming collaborations with Surinamese gold miners. Since then, small-scale gold miners have become common in the forested areas of Guyana and Suriname. The situation around access to land is further complicated by the state government's granting of large-scale concessions that permit lumber, gold, and bauxite mining activities, all affecting community livelihoods. The increased interest in extractive activity in recent times, combined with an absence of legally enforced land rights, has left indigenous and Maroon communities residing in the forests vulnerable. The communities are generally at the mercy of the government and of the discretion of multinational companies to whom the government granted the right to pursue extractive activity in and around the land that the communities generally consider their own. Small-scale gold mining in Guyana and Suriname is known to be a corrupt activity. Gold mining in Guyana is known to be poorly managed, with officers of the commission established to manage it, often representing the only state power in the mining areas. These officers are alleged to be engaged in mining themselves or easily bribed to overlook regulatory infractions. The head of a similar managing gold mining community, gold managing oversight organization in Suriname compared the process of regulating small-scale gold miners to the setting up of a church in hell. And if you'll permit me, I'll quote him. He says, "When you're in hell, well, you're in hell, so everybody's bad, and you're trying to bring in these little souls and to convert them, but still, you're in hell. So we will never forget that we're in hell, because we are around these 4,000 gold mines, pits, and people don't want to listen. They don't have time. They want to make fast money. They don't want to learn new skills, but they're surviving. That is the little church in hell. So the little church in hell tries to win souls, and with the difference that my church has pastors with all-terrain vehicles." The point being made here is that the extraction of gold and other minerals in the Guyana Shield brought with it not only toxicity in terms of mercury and the clear cutting necessary for accessing gold beneath the soil, but a complexity of social effects that interacted with the vulnerability of already marginalized communities in the forests, as the miners seek out prostitutes and leisure activities, often treating the communities around them as places through which they simply pass. Now, as I conclude, I move towards reflecting on toxicity through bodies that are discarded and the subjectivities that fragment over centuries, and that fragment even further as they relate to avoided deforestation policies, such as RED. In the quest for economic growth and development, facilitated throughout slavery, colonialism, and the eventual independence of Guyana and Suriname, bodies are often discarded and or left to fend for themselves when no longer deemed useful by the powers that be. Subjectivities fragment, as I put it, as actors related to red in Guyana and Suriname become increasingly conflicted in the way they describe and relate to the forests, resulting in political tensions and fragmented policy approaches. Hence, the effort to govern these communities engaged in deforestation and forest degrading activities through the incentivization of avoided deforestation does not connect to the imagined rational homo economicus that is envisioned through these modes of governance, but it instead helps to form the fragmented subjectivities represented by the maroon captain with whom I began this presentation. While forest conservation is the stated ideal not only of the maroon captain, but of the mechanism of red, in reality, the reality I encountered in 2014 sharply conflicted with this aim. This internal conflict between historic ties to the land in these communities, the drive for economic growth and sustenance, and the aim of protecting the forests are impurely constituted in the effort to govern forests through the implementation of red. The maroon captain exemplifies the fragmentation not just of individual subjects, but of groups and forested communities affected by red implementation, both in the way that they are depicted in the policy documents and in the way they see themselves. Thank you for your attention.
Does it open directly? I will simultaneously load a presentation and introduce. You introduce it. The next presenter is someone that moved around the neighborhood where I live. Her dog was strapped to our local supermarket. Her son played with mine. And a book that she had published circulated at an evening event at my place. It's a real pleasure to introduce Ida Bencke, co-founder of Laboratory of Aesthetics and Ecology, whose works and words play with notions and practices of fermentation, queer home building, interspecies care, and motherhood. She recently left my hood in Berlin and has moved into the thick forest of Denmark. So it's a pleasure to bring her back for such an event. She will give us soft openings, transcorporeality, caring for encounters.
Yeah? I think just move this, maybe? Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. It's great to be back in Berlin. From my thick forest life. I want to start this interlude, this small intervention that I will be inhabiting for the next 10 minutes, by a quote by Michelle Murphy, who's a professor of history and women and gender studies at the University of Toronto. She wrote this beautiful little essay that's called Towards Alter Life, and I want to just briefly sketch her idea on alter life by quoting her. What it means to be a human is to materially develop in the uneven, distributed, chemical exuberances of a century of industrial capitalism. Of vital significance here is that life has not just been altered, It is more generally open to ongoing alteration, both desired and imposed. Alter life resides in ongoing, uncertain aftermaths, continuingly challenged by violent infrastructures, but also holding capacities to alter and be altered, to recompose relations to land and sociality, to love and sex, to survival and persistence, to undo some forms of life and be supported by others, to become alter-wise in the aftermath of hostile conditions, to surprise. Alter life is life damaged, life persistent, and life otherwise. Life materialized in other ways, and life exceeding our materializations. So, that was Michelle Murphy. So today and tonight I will be talking through two short interludes, and during which I will present to you two sort of, let's call them modestly and critically affirmative practices of queer and queering encounters within ecologies of precarity and harm. I will present to you the works by Mary Magic, two artists, one Mary Magic, the film that is not running here in the background, but is now. Yeah. And Helen Pritchard. Both rely on open source collaborative analytics. Both are invested in questions of how to hold and to care for wretched bodies in toxic landscapes differently. Both engaged in the messy and the troubled, but also the troubling in the sort of subversive and potentially affirmative sense, the troubling intersections between toxicity, injury, and queer body politics. And both taking the starting point that bodies are soft, open, vulnerable, bodies are becoming with encounters. They're not merely inhabiting worlds of trauma, they're made up by, they're composed by the very stuff, the very materiality of trauma. And that living through that harm and clinging onto the cracks, the partial regenerative possibilities of inhabiting blasted landscapes, the modest hopes of partial flourishing amongst ruins without and within us, indeed the ruins that are already us. And both are asking, what does it mean to be exposed to and to become through encounters with the toxic? What does it mean to oneself indeed become toxic? And so I think that in a moment where our inner ecologies are drastically changed, where the genetic compositions of our bodies are altered, where our bodies are undone by toxic waste, where Monsanto-edited crops, just to take one example, are literally rewriting our DNA, where microplastic pollution is changing the hormonal compositions of bodies, both human and non-human. I think in this moment, it's important to stay with questions such as, how do we stay with these monstrous bodies? How do we care for them? How do we attempt, perhaps, strategies of repair, of healing without turning to apologetics of pathologized otherness, without turning to purity politics and its idealized before a contamination? And also, is there a way to stay with the structural queerness of these liminal or in-between creatures without fetishization and without annulling the particular lived experiences and vulnerabilities of people who identify as queer? And perhaps the biggest question of all, how do we stay with a contaminated planetary we without flattening the conversation, without assuming universality, and without succumbing to these generalities that are unable to grasp and to hold difference in distribution and in precarity that is caused by global inequality, systems of oppression and dominance and extraction? And so behind me, it's It's not looping. I just want to move to this video behind me, and I'll try to just make it loop while I speak. Yeah, I want to. Well, this is a video by Mary Magic, who is an artist that makes freak science workshops with the public, performs with aliens, exhibits with urine, and exists between the categorized fields of bioart, biohacking, art science, citizen science, though Mary Magic would rather abandon them all. This is Mary Magic's bio. Yeah, and this video is from the work Genital Panic. And Genital Panic comes with an open call. It comes with a call for participation. And I want to read this call to you now. And anyone who wants to engage with the call or respond to it are very welcome to come up to me afterwards, and I'll pass on Mary Magic's contact information to you. Genital Panic. Calling upon anonymous digital archives of your and our toxic queering bodies. Our past, present, and future is endocrine disrupted, and the state, in collaboration with the capitalist industrial trifecta, the petrochemical, agro, and big pharma, have always known. Bisphenol A, also called BPA, invented by a petrochemical in the 1930s, has always been known to have estrogenic effects, even passed to big pharma to be marketed towards women to achieve feminizing effects. Out of the thousands of industrial chemicals permeating our planet, BPA is one by which we are most colonized, engaging us and the non-human in a collective species mutagenesis. Let's not forget the capitalist industrial trifecta is white, cis, heteronormative dominated, meaning that as our sex is industrially modulated, yeah, so is what we perceive as normal and natural, defined and perpetuated by those institutions in power. Here we go. They measure and polish our bodies, newborn babies, and their genitals, phallometrically analyzed to determine F or M of the oppressive binary sex. They both prioritize and pathologize bodies needing and seeking hormone therapies, denying and granting access, depending on the body and government they are born into. They ban and erase athletes from their gendered categories when their bodies, chromosomes, and hormone physiology don't perform as the guidelines require. These guidelines matter. What they entail matter. It determines how we're policed, how we're surveilled, due to our biology, whether we fall within the oppressive norm. The AGD, which is the anogenital distance, that's also what we see here, the distance between the anus and base of the genitals is a sexually dimorphic trait and has been a common measurement for assessing reproductive toxicity. For decades, plastic phthalate exposure has been linked to shorter AGD, the alien genital distance, and also testicular disease, low sperm count, and hypospadias. But having a shorter AGD does not mean one inherits the other effects. Having a shorter AGD can be the result of naturally occurring variance, and likely those degrees of variance grow wider and wider in our chemically colonized landscape. Therefore, an open, anonymous, crowdsourced index called the Alien Genital Database, consisting of, but not limited to, 3D genital scans, AGD caliber measurements, and demographic data, defines the new normal, the new other, the new breeder, creates spacious room for our toxic variants, for all the aliens that are living among us. The Alien Genital Database dismembers the state-owned tool for policing otherness, acknowledges our bodies as unfixed and changeable in this queering landscape, and writes new statistical resistance. For the toxic queer, queer is perpetuity, queer is ubiguity. Toxic queer disrupts, perverts, destabilizes hegemonic symbolic order, and ultimately cis-hetero reproductive futurism. We write our own future. Thank you.
Yeah. So we're extremely happy to be having with us sleeping Ting. We have been trying to bring her to one of the Invocations events for some time now. So yes, I'll read. She's going to be performing Licht, Leuchten 3. And Leaping Ting practices a ritual process of purification that raises awareness of the geopolitical and globalization crisis. She develops art as a source for humans who survive in this ever-present, unbalanced, challenged by the chaos and troubled nature, and who seek human concern, care, and art. Her installative work observes and examines human political issues, anthropological and ecological, on the edge, their potential transmutation and transformation in relation to their individual story and therefore to collective memory. I would like to welcome Leaping.
sais que l'espace, le ton, la dimension de l'être, le non-l'être, le moi, et pas moi, ne sont rien pour moi. Mais il y a une chose, quelque chose, une seule chose que je sais d'être. La présence à tous les corps. Que je me presse cette question. Il y a un point rouge, mais on va comprendre. Non. Il y a des corps. Il y a des corps. Ce qu'on presse jusqu'à mon corps, c'est là. Que je tout fais. Ah, me touche. Jamais. Il y a dans l'être quelque chose de particulièrement dans mon âme. Une armée d'hommes. Jugement de Dieu. Parce que le mal construit. Il faut se laisser à la maîtrise. Je sais que l'espace, le temps, la dimension, le l'être, le non-l'être, le moi, pas moi, ne sont rien. Mais une chose, quelque chose, une seule chose, que je sais ça que ça veut sortir. La présence de la douleur du corps, si forte, comme on presse la question. Il y a un point où je me vois contrainte de dire non, non, non. Alors, la négation, il est du corps, il est un corps, comme on presse, jusqu'à mon corps, c'est alors que j'ai tout fait éclater. Il y a dans l'être quelque chose de particulier pour nous, chez l'homme, le caca. Le caca, qu'est-ce que c'est? It's the shit. This is another shit. This is the third shit. This is second shit. This is also the shit. Not. This is probably not. This is the shit. The human being shit. The shit. This is the black shit. This is white shit. This is yellow shit. This is green shit. This planet March. This is planet Venus. This is planet X. This is planet X2. Planet. So. There's still another planet. I didn't know why fulfill all these kind of things, dirty things. Lying. I didn't say the truth. It's totally fake. I'm sorry. I'm very peaceful. Don't ask me anything. I have nothing to say. I'm just lying. I'm sorry. I'm just lying. I'm sorry. I have nothing to say. I'm lying. I always do something wrong. I'm lying.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. So it's a shiz. You have to open the light, turn it up.
Thank you. I am probably going to have a shaky voice after this. Thank you for being here. The next thing we will have the privilege, let's say, to discuss is what we are trying to keep in control, how we are trying to keep in control the harmful things around us. This containment, total containment, to contain well, with which us and other thinkers, and especially us in the team, we had to discuss very much, and we had to deal with. You can further read about in our curatorial text. This containment, we have the pleasure to have Alex Zahara here, who tries to hack it in support of the living beings in the snowy, piney boreal forests of North Canada. Alex Zahara is a PhD candidate at Memorial University in Newfoundland, Canada, and co-editor of Discard Studies blog, which I totally recommend. His current research examines controversies surrounding wildlife management practices near his home community in Treaty 6 territory, northern Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan.
Thank you. Zahara is an interdisciplinary research whose work has been published in the collections Anthropocene Feminism, Inevitably Toxic, and journals like Environmental Humanities, Environmental Toxicology, and Chemistry, and Cultural Studies Review. His research on waste and toxicity is influenced by indigenous societies, feminist studies, and queer theory. Enjoy his voice and presence. Thank you.
I think my voice is also shaking after that performance. It was wonderful. So yeah, as they mentioned, I'm a PhD candidate at Memorial University in Newfoundland. I'm also one of 3 editors of Discard Studies blog, of which I've been a contributor to for around 5 years. And that's informed much of my thinking about waste and discard. So before I begin, I also just want to say that this talk is part of a larger project called Opening Up Containment, which I am working on with colleagues Ignace Schoot and Caitlin Beckett. For this talk, I asked the question, what is containment? I'm going to start this lecture with 3 lessons of what I think we need to know about containment before going into a case study about wildfire or forest fire management and how I think containment might be used to push back against systems rather than reinforce them. So to answer the question, what is containment, I want to start with perhaps the most charismatic of all waste containers, the sanitary landfill. This is an example of one that you would probably see in southern Canada, the United States, or Europe. It's nicely lined and everything is well separated. But how do we understand this landfill in terms of larger social and cultural systems? Systems of capitalism, systems of power, of hierarchies between different people and things. The first lesson of containment is that containment is often used as a strategy to physically and discursively separate in space the externalities of a given system. So what do I mean by that? Well, here I draw on a key tenet of discard studies theory, which is to say that systems persist by externalizing various things, objects, ideas, or people that are a threat to it. That is to say, a system maintains itself by ridding itself of certain objects, ideas, and things. Waste is a big example of this. It both threatens a system in the sense of toxicity. So if we had, for example, waste in cities, it would threaten a system, particularly if rich people were to get poisoned. Yet it is also produced by the system that it threatens. So in order for the system to persist, waste needs to be externalized. It needs to be cordoned off. It needs to be spatially separated. Containment in the academic literature is therefore often seen as complicit in the dominant system. And we can see this perhaps more clearly through a second example of containment, Trump's wall. As mentioned earlier, what is externalized by a system is not necessarily just waste, but anything that needs to be gotten rid of in order for that system to be maintained. In the example of Trump's wall, the system that is maintained is an idea of the United States built on white supremacy and settler nationalism, one that needs to be made great again by stopping Mexican immigration. Trump's wall, in this instance, helps a system by physically or imaginatively separating the things that threaten it. It helps the system define itself and materially remake itself by what it is not. The wall is a container, and one through which the system persists. So that's the first lesson of containment. Now, a second lesson about containment is that containment always fails. That is to say, containment is characterized by leakages and flows. And we see this, for example, in a body of discard studies literature that's focused on trash animals. So things like squirrels or mice and rats, and how they get into your house despite how clean or contained you try to make it be. So no matter how much you try to make this sterilized, clean system, it fails. Animals inevitably show up in the system. Purity is not possible, as Alexis Shotwell reminds us. Sometimes these leakages and flows threaten a system. So if scrubbers on a waste incinerator were to fail, and a city like Berlin was to become contaminated, that might threaten the ways in which things are currently done. If a nuclear waste repository were to leak, that would threaten a system whereby nuclear energy is allowed to proliferate. Dr. Max Liboiron, one of my co-thinkers, drawing on the work of Mary Douglas, has referred to threats to a system as dirt. Dirt threatens a system. Dirt needs to be eliminated. Sometimes leakages and flows are dirt. Now, a third point, and what I think is a key lesson for thinking about containment, is that not all leakages are dirt. That is to say, not all leakages threaten the current system. Sometimes, rather, they reinforce the status quo. So this is an example from my master's research, which focused on waste management in a remote Arctic community called Iqaluit Nunavut. It's an example of a very leaky dump. When I was there, the dump spontaneously combusted. A lot of dumps do. But remained on fire for 3.5 months. Despite the fact that it was located on an inlet right near the ocean, blowing plastics and other toxicants into the water, and despite public health warnings telling pregnant women and women of childbearing age not to go outside, the government did not consider it a public health emergency. The federal government refused to provide funding to put it out. The leaks were normalized. This was not dirt. Dumps leaking into and poisoning indigenous people aren't dirt. They don't threaten the status quo. So far, in discard studies scholarship on containment, I don't think we've done enough to distinguish between when failures and leakages are dirt and when they're not. Accordingly, containment is often written off in terms of its potential to impact systems. And so here's just two examples of this. One is in a paper, which is very excellent, but written by Dr. Max Libaron and co-authors, and she writes, management via separation, containment, cleanup, and immunization, the hallmarks of 20th century pollution control, are premised on a politics of material purity that is no longer available or was never viable to begin with. Moreover, these modes of action do not address the wider social, political, military, and other power structures that engender toxicity to begin with. Or, as myself and Myra Hurd have argued, techno-managerial approaches to the Anthropocene's ubiquitous, toxic, and indestructible wastes hinge on a sovereign approach to human-nature relations, a configuration that, as the Anthropocene has already showed us, is inevitably doomed to failure. So here we have two examples, one in which I wrote, where containment is more or less written off entirely. But I'd say that canceling containment is in itself a purity politics that doesn't really deal with the specificities and complexities of our individual cases. So my provocation is then, how might we rethink containment in a way that challenges a system, in a way that targets systemic injustices? Weirdly, what I'm asking is, can containment do the work of dirt? And my hypothesis, and what I'm going to suggest here is, yes, it definitely can. So to avoid coming up with some sort of grand theory of containment, I suggest that we think through containment in our individual cases by focusing on what I'm calling the containers. That is, the specific policies, practices, people, and infrastructure through which containment is made possible. Now I'm going to examine this through a perhaps curious case study, and that is of forest fire management in Canada. In most urban Canadian cities, wildfires are experienced like this. A yellowish-orange haze descends upon the city. Here, a community is covered in smoke and a number of other chemicals. It's hard to breathe. Many people, particularly the elderly and asthmatics, end up in the hospital. But for those living in forested areas, the effects of wildfires are different. They may mean that valuable areas of the forest or communities burn down. It means that super concentrated smoke exposure extends upon your city. It means disruptive community evacuations. The toxic effects of wildfires are unevenly distributed throughout Canada, particularly impacting those who live in northern regions. Importantly, wildfire management in Canada takes place provincially. That is to say, every single province and territory, despite Nunavut, because it doesn't have trees, has its own provincial wildfire management policy. What that means is that each and every single province's wildfire management policy is based on its own historical contingencies. It's based on its own histories of settler colonialism. It's based on its own histories of exclusion. One thing that's common between all wildfire management policies is the idea of containment. Wildfires are managed by containment. And we can see this here in an example from Alberta, as well as an example from Saskatchewan, where I conduct my research. How wildfires are measured is through containment. Wildfires are 30% contained. They're 90% contained. What containment means in wildfire management is that the wildfire does not spread laterally. It can increase in size as long as it's increasing upwards, but not increasing outwards. There are many ways through which wildfires can be contained. They use bulldozers, which target fuel. They create fire breaks around particular areas. Another way through which wildfires can be contained is if, while moving laterally, they come up against a lake, for example. Then they can't move. Then that percentage contained. As I stated before, containment is also characterized by leakages and flows. This is also the case in wildfire management containment. The success or failure of wildfire management is written based on the success of containment, or the number of fire escapes. The ways in which escapes are measured differs for each province, but basically what it means is if it goes outside of a particular containment zone. So that's sort of the background. My specific case study that I'm looking at is wildfire management in northern Saskatchewan. For those who haven't heard of Saskatchewan, that probably makes sense. It's a fairly small province in the middle of Canada. Its key characteristic is that it's shaped like a rectangle. Saskatchewan is also a province of only 1 million people, of which 32,000 live in the northern boreal forest area. A key issue about wildfire management in northern Saskatchewan is that those who are most directly impacted by it live in the north, versus those that are in control of wildfire management policies and practices are largely located in the southern half of the province. So the main wildfire management branch is located on that red dot in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, which is where I happen to be from. And also most of the policies in the province are created in Regina, Saskatchewan, which is the capital city. Another key difference within Saskatchewan is demographic differences. So in northern Saskatchewan, nearly 90% of the population is Indigenous. That is Woodland Cree, Métis, and Dene people. In the southern half of the province, most people are settlers, such as myself. Another interesting thing about Saskatchewan is that there are a lot of controversies surrounding containment. Many of these are due to a change in fire management policy that took place in 2003. Prior to this, there was a policy of total fire suppression. Basically, what this meant was that any flows or escapes were considered as dirt, or unacceptable and needed to be gotten rid of. The change in forest fire management policy marked a shift toward a strategy known as values protection. What this means is that some fire escapes are now considered acceptable, so long as they don't encroach upon a particular predetermined values at risk, one through which the government decides is a value. And we'll get into that in a bit. The crux of the change in policy is that now, if any fire is started, whether by lightning or by humans, it is now monitored rather than suppressed, and allowed to burn until it gets to within what is considered a reasonable distance of a particular value. Locals, much to the government's discontent, refer to the policy as the let it burn policy. Not surprisingly, the policy is marked by controversy. And there are three main camps. First is the ecologists, who more or less like the policy. To them, it's simply a policy of fire reintegration into the landscape, which to them is, for all intents and purposes, good. Forests need fire as part of their life cycle, and therefore, a fire can lead to healthier forests. Interestingly, I've seen a lot of ecologists speak out in favor and support of the policy. However, I've never actually heard them talk about the politics of what values are protected versus those that are allowed to burn. I suppose this is outside of their purview. For them, the policy is good. The second camp would be those actually living in the north. So this involves the view of northern Indigenous leaders. For them, escapes happen closer to communities than ever before. Massive areas of forest are allowed to burn, and communities are evacuated due to increased risk of smoke exposure. To them, the let it burn policy contributes to large amounts of community harm. Meanwhile, from the government's perspective, the policy just doesn't exist. To them, they don't have a policy of allowing things to burn. Rather, what they have is a policy of monitoring fires and protecting values. In what follows, I go back to the question of how containment might challenge a system. I highlight three ways through which practices of containment are being used by communities and First Nation leaders in order to do so. Container 1, policy. The challenge, settler colonial erasure. The let it burn policy can perhaps best be summarized by looking at this map. Here, the map shows what it considers to be the areas of acceptable and unacceptable flows of fire. For now, what's important here are these red circles. The red circles are 20-kilometer zones surrounding each community. Based on the new policy, a fire is allowed to burn until and is only contained once it encroaches upon this 20-kilometer circle. At this point, 20 kilometers from a community, a fire would be contained. In principle, of course, containment, entire and controlled containment is not possible, and flows within the 20-kilometer area frequently take place. This has been happening pretty well since the beginning of the policy. Since the policy began, Northern leaders have actively been protesting against it. Here's an example of within the Saskatchewan legislative government. One person from Northern Saskatchewan said, "There was a fire that started 32 kilometers northwest of the village of Stony Rapids on June 3rd. It was about 12 miles outside of the response zone, so it was monitored. It was monitored daily by air, and the conditions fluctuated. And what happened was that there was a big gust of wind that came up, and when it got to over 20 kilometers away, it moved very quickly towards the village." What's key here is that how fires act on the landscape, the forest, was framed as something that was knowable and predictable by forest managers. Everything was going as it should, but then a big wind came up, and the fire somehow escaped. What more could they do? Given the premise of a predictable forest, fire can simply be monitored and effectively kept away. This, as we see, is not always possible. But what's more, and what First Nations leaders have been making clear, is that a framing of the land as something that can knowably and predictably be managed is to deny the massive environmental disruptions that have led to the current moment in the first place. Put otherwise, it is to deny the large-scale environmental changes associated with a century of industry-led fire suppression activities and the ongoing effects of climate change that characterize settler colonial landscape changes in the region. Here's a quote from an interview that I conducted with a local chief talking about an encounter with a government official. The government official said, "We have to let nature take its course." "Why the hell would you do that now? We shouldn't have bothered it in the first place." The government official said, "Let nature take its course." That's like us, the whole human race, who has had an impact on the climate. Well, yeah, let's just let nature take its course. The argument about let nature take its course has an economic and financial cost associated with it, and it's a very high cost. That is to say, to allow nature to take its course assumes that a pristine and uncompromised landscape, and in doing so, it denies a history of settler colonial environmental management and resource extraction in the area. It is to deny that massive environmental changes that have occurred both locally and globally and that have compromised forest landscapes in the region. Interestingly, in making this argument, it was not a call to avoid engaging in fire management altogether. In fact, what was being asked was to increase fire management efforts, to increase containment, precisely because forests are compromised now and increasingly unpredictable. And communities have the right to live in the forest, a right for their values to be protected. This call challenges the government's premise of containment and asks for containment to be done differently. Container 2, values at risk. Challenging private property. The second challenge to this policy is what is often referred to as values protection. If you remember from the beginning, let it burn involves allowing a fire to burn until it approaches something that is considered a valuable within the forest. The government has listed 5 major values and that are protected in the following order. Number 1, human life, fair. Number 2, communities. Number 3, major public and industrial infrastructure, so things like power lines or mining operations. Number 4, commercial timber. Number 5, all other structures, natural resources, and commercial operations. So besides listing commercial timber here, nothing in this list is into structure or private property that is being protected. Accordingly, one of the government's key practices of containment, what is called values protection, often looks like this. A fire burns through a forest, and it is allowed to burn around a particular value, and then that structure is saved. What is being saved here is often of dispute. As a leader of the First Nations wildfire management has explained to me, wildfire management have now called what's called values at risk. But with our communities, the values at risk are different. They are, in that area of a forest is where we harvest the caribous. And that area of the bush is where we harvest our medicines, and where we harvest our fish, and where we harvest our berries and mushrooms, and everything else. That's not really taken into consideration in most cases. And when a fire affects those values at risk for First Nations, it causes extreme hardships. They have to go hunting further north in the Northwest Territories, all of a sudden, to get their food for their community, or even into a different province. That forest is their grocery store. So there's a disjuncture here between what should be considered the values in the forest, and how those might be protected. Most often, when values are protected, they use what's called a values protection kit. Premised within the values protection kit is that the values being protected are private property or some sort of structures. The main values protection equipment is a sprinkler set. Even in the directives of how to use the sprinkler, private property is assumed. As someone explained to me, if you protect that cabin, you can physically put a sprinkler on it and protect the cabin. But then you let everything else burn around it. What's the purpose? What's the point in having your cabin? You have no fur. So the next 5 years, or whatever time, is now going to affect that traditional livelihood of that individual. In the last 3 years in particular, communities have begun taking values protection into their own hands. It's a bit difficult to see here, but this is a map created by a group funded by all First Nations in the northern half of the province. It's called the Northern Intertribal Health Authority. The Health Authority has begun collecting an inventory of all important sacred sites in the north. And they've started to create their own values at risk map and database. The values at risk map and database is overlaid by data obtained from NASA. They use satellite image to detect where fires are, and when a fire appears to approach a First Nations value at risk, communities and the chiefs are notified. They, in turn, ask the provincial wildfire management for branch. Again, the issue here is not to get rid of containment, but about how containment is done and why. It's about challenging a system mediated by government where private property and commercial property is considered the only important human-forest relationship and value. Container 3, personnel. Challenging sovereignty. Lastly then, and importantly, we have the personnel those who actually are doing the work of containment. Containment is not just this amorphous thing. It's something that requires ongoing work, tinkering, and massive amounts of labor. The importance of having local First Nations people do this work was sharply reoriented to me after having a conversation with a local chief. You can really see the differences here between our positioning and how we were going about thinking about things. I said, "This is my rose-colored glasses version, but it seems like wildfire management should be done to protect a community's interest." So you would ask a community, "For you, what's a value?" And then you'd protect whatever they say. The chief responds, "I would like to see our own First Nations people, especially in each of our own traditional areas, to be given the possibility of protecting our own values, having the ability to train our own people, whether they're forest fire suppression workers or forestry workers, biologists or whatever. But we should have that responsibility to protect our own. Any of our First Nations should be able to do that, especially within the general area of our immediate traditional territories for each community. We have to have the proper resources in place to be able to do this. Those are my rose-colored glasses." The context of this statement is that over the last 20 years, the province, along with all of the other provinces in Canada, have increasingly begun relying on resource sharing agreements. What this means is that firefighters are no longer hired locally, but rather they're shared between each provinces. This has involved increased standardized testing, as well as annual firefighting certification, a lot of which are done in southern areas of the province, meaning that it's difficult for people in the north to actually get to and do that training. This means that over the last 20 years, many indigenous firefighters, those who have been doing firefighter work for decades and even generations, are no longer being hired. And you can see that this came up in a recent report on fire management that was produced by First Nations leaders. For them, how containment work is done and by who is a key issue. In the policy briefing, it says, "It is important to review the process of hiring emergency fire personnel. During the height of northern forest fires in 2015, many First Nations members wanted to go firefighting, but were just not hired. It makes logistical sense to hire local people where fires are burning close to their communities, both for economic reasons, goodwill, and cost-saving measures. Some northern elders have questioned why Southerners are even allowed to come fight fires in the first place, when it's our forests and we are the stewards of the land. For those living in the north, firefighting, containment, was an important job that allowed Northerners to live and work near their communities and families. It involved a sense of pride of being able to protect their families and the land. It was a step towards self-determination that didn't require First Nations to ask for outside help. And in response to this, First Nations have pushed the province to conduct training activities further north. Hundreds and thousands of firefighters have now been recertified over the last several years. Doing so was not just a band-aid solution of containment, but actually challenged a system that increasingly viewed firefighting as one of reducing economic costs and that discarded the hiring of local firefighters. Rather, the labor of containment was framed as a sovereignty issue. It challenged the system. It became dirt. So to conclude, considering containment gives us another point of focus that might successfully help us challenge systems. To do so, we need to look at moments where spills, leakages, and escapes aren't threats to the system, but help serve the status quo. This proposition is not just speculative. A lot of ongoing activist work seeks to challenge containment practices. I think that our scholarship might do more to recognize and be done in solidarity with and for those groups. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. Fires, air pollution, industries in other geographies, the antagonistic character of prosperity. Together with our next guest, we get closer, zooming in the search for home and community and the various impediments, threats faced by the ones who find themselves in this search. Angela Flournoy is the author of The Turner House, which was a finalist for the National Book Award and a New York Times Notable Book of the Year. The novel was a finalist of the Center for Fiction First Novel Prize, the Penn Robert V. Bingham Prize for Debut Fiction, and NAACP Image Award. Sorry, I have to do this. Her fiction has appeared in the Paris Review, and she has written for the New York Times, The Nation, the Los Angeles Times, and elsewhere. A graduate of Iowa Writers Workshop, Flournoy has taught at the University of Iowa, the New School, Columbia University, Princeton University, and the University of California at Los Angeles. She was awarded a 2018 National Endowment for the Arts Fellowship and is currently a Mary Ellen von den Heijden Fellow in Fiction at the American Academy in Berlin. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. I ran up to make sure that my slides were here. Which maybe they are, maybe they aren't. Okay. I don't want to mess up the delicate system. All right. I'm very happy to be here today. I'm in Berlin working on my second novel,
which is set primarily in Los Angeles in the present and also how I imagine it in the future. But writing about the future necessitates looking back. So I've been spending a lot of time thinking about my own relationship to that landscape as well as those of my parents and my grandparents. This time of year is when everybody thinks about the uninhabitability of California as we struggle with our wildfires, which are mostly man-made these days. It's strange because the rest of the year we brag about being the leanest, meanest, and cleanest and greenest state in the union, but then everything burns come the fall. So all of that headway we make in trying to limit emissions is wiped out. It is more than wiped out. And that's something that I kind of grew up believing. Like, if it wasn't for our fires, we would really have our act together. But I've been thinking about that a little bit differently as of late. So I'd like to read a narrative that is not fiction related to that. You were born in this basin in 1957. Third child of 4, third girl out of 4. The hills are far away and dotted with houses that cling to its sides like lint to a slept-on afro. The haze of smog is not yet omnipresent. Your parents separate and you shuttle up north to Oakland with your mother. The hills up there are greener. Their sides are just as crowded with homes. Circumstances soon conspire to leave you unmothered at 11 years old. It is a tragedy that will shape how you raise your own children one day, how you think about home, how you fight to create one. You and your sisters are delivered back south to your father, into the basin. As it happens, space is opening up in pockets of Los Angeles for people like you. Your father and your new stepmother settle in a brand new city, Carson, 13 miles south of downtown. The developer's brochure presumes that people like you need to believe in the fantasy of the American West, the fantasy of Los Angeles, just as much as anyone else. So the brochure conjures an earnest, a crown, a scepter, a horn of plenty, so much tropical foliage. The developer's marketers also know that people like you aren't necessarily loaded with money. So the nitty-gritty of financing is slapped on sideways like a sold sign in front of a house, a beacon for bargain hunters. When you purchase your Del Amo Hills home, you inherit a portion of the storied past of the fabled Rancho San Pedro, it promises, the traditions of old Spain and the romance of Mexico. You're too young then to think that the use of the word romantic in regard to Mexico smacks of the same use of the word romantic in regards to the American South, the land of Dixie that your father escaped for a chance at dignity and safety out west. Maybe your daddy makes this connection, but he turns the page and the brochure dazzles once again. The Balboa, the Catalina, the Bermuda, places people like you are unlikely to go. The conjuring of fantasy has moved from colonial haciendas and rancherias to tropical lanai and swaying palms. The brochure is offering people like you a Mai Tai. Nobody's ever offered you a Mai Tai before. The lots are not large, but you are encouraged to imagine any neighbors are far away. Even in this vision of suburban paradise, the garage is the largest room, which says much about the priorities of the day. Priorities people like you are being urged to share. It also says much about how they expect people like you to get around in this brand new city. You'll need wheels, 2 sets of them if you can swing it. The garage has plenty of space. People like you were likely dazzled by the orderliness of the brand new neighborhood. You came from small towns down south, shotgun houses and sharecropping shacks. Looking at the planned community, one with the space and intention of educating people like you, it is easy enough not to dwell on what might lie on the other side of the brick walls. The Los Angeles Marathon Refinery, Tidewater Oil in the days of the brochure, is the largest refinery on the West Coast, with a capacity to refine 363,000 barrels of crude oil per calendar day. It is just one of several refineries that ring or choke your brand new city. Standard Oil will one day become Chevron, Union Oil becomes Phillips 66, soon Shell Oil and Valero will arrive as well. The developers' marketers include a handy map to encourage people like you to consider how easy it will be to get to Disneyland, while also pointing out that you'll have a short commute to the places of industry where people like you generally work. The naval base, municipal buildings, forges and foundries, the oil refineries themselves. Your brand new neighborhood in this brand new city is in the center of a bullseye on the brochure. It lies in the crosshairs of some of the busiest interstates and highways in the country, which carry thousands of commuters to and from work. And crucially, scores of huge 18-wheelers that cough out carbon and ferry cargo to and from the port of Los Angeles, which conveniently is nearby, near point number 31. You, still a young person, already have asthma, but plenty of people like you who live in the basin have asthma too. It isn't noteworthy, not yet. The Marathon refinery claims to be a major producer of clean fuels, processing heavy crude from the San Joaquin Valley, the basin you live in, the North Slope of Alaska, South America, and West Africa. Faraway places that people like you are unlikely to visit, much like the names of the homes you live in. As you get older, you ride around more at night and become acquainted with a vision you'd rather unsee. As you ride down the hill from Wilmington, the night sky glows red. The stacks with their flares of flame caused by excess burning fuel and the plumes of black smoke rise above you. The yellow lights on the permanently scaffolded buildings against the dark, hazy sky makes the whole hulking enterprise appear to writhe. It looks like hell. In fact, it looks like a Hieronymus Bosch depiction of hell, minus the tiny pale demons. But you haven't seen Bosch yet. You will. The Air Quality Management District does not exist when you drive by this hellscape as a teen, but years later, they will report that the refineries by your neighborhood release nearly 14 million pounds of volatile organic compounds a year, or VOCs, as well as pollutants such as nitrogen oxides and the carcinogen benzene. All of these pollutants are known to cause cancer, heart disease, and asthma. The exhaust from the surrounding freeways make things worse. It must be said that people like you were and continue to be proud of living where you grew up. It must be said that people like you had only a few options. In 1965, the residents of Watts, less than 8 miles from your brand new neighborhood, torched the streets in rebellion, in part because they were overcrowded, underserved, exploited, and fed up with having nowhere else to live. The year prior, California voters had approved Proposition 14, which upheld racist housing discrimination in the state. 6 days of rebellion left 34 people dead and thousands injured. In 1965, people like you were largely sequestered to certain areas of the city, except for when, for one reason or another, they were not. It may have felt advisable at the time to not dwell too long on the reasons for the few exceptions. It may have felt wise to simply be thankful one was in a position to benefit from them. So in 1965, certain people like you, like your daddy, watered their lawns, planted their perennials, chatted with their neighbors, and smoked cigarettes. Sometimes people like you did all of this on top of a bullseye. But you were safe, relatively safe and free. You were now part of the middle class, that slipperiest of American social strata. You did indeed go to Disneyland. You took a boy named Billy to winter formal and looked very cute doing so. Both of your daughters will one day agree. You got hired by a corporation at age 17 and graduated early to work for them. You would work extremely hard from then on out and become an exemplar of people like you. You went to the doctor and discovered that your thyroid was a little larger than it should be, behaved a little differently than it should, but you took the pills they prescribed every day and went about building your own future. You fell in love and had a daughter, then another. You got divorced, fell in love again, and finally, at age 40, you bought your own home. The view from the back balcony is a fulfillment of the dream of the tropical SoCal fantasy that your daddy reached for back in the Del Amo Hills. You choose a different neighborhood for your dream, one on the eastern edge of the basin. Your best friend from the old neighborhood has moved here, and you've been in a rental property nearby, saving money for a house. It feels good to be in proximity to someone with shared history. West Covina is an older city than your previous one, incorporated in the 20s, when it separated from the city of Covina over the proposed development of a sewage plant. A city with principles, it would seem. The city is a safe haven from the violence that overtook many areas where people like you typically live. You moved here in the 90s, but even in the 70s, when you took Billy to winter formal, you saw the writing on the wall. Suddenly, so much violence. You chose to build a new dream in your new house in this neighborhood, in part because it was made up of all kinds of people, and you reasoned that the people who were supposed to protect and serve would actually do that in a neighborhood comprised of more than just people like you. So this is the view you've earned: blue skies, if sometimes brown from the smog in the distance. If you look straight ahead, it is perfect, but look to the north and things change. That hill on the left is not quite a hill. It is a cover for over 20 million tons of municipal trash and 34 million tons of toxic hazardous waste. Your younger daughter can always find home from an airplane because it sits just south of a scar that's easy to spot from the sky. The BKK landfill. Now out of use, the unlined landfill was once the busiest toxic waste dump in the region. In some places, the waste goes down 595 feet, which is as large as a 60-story building. In 1984, back when you only have one daughter, explosive levels of methane and high concentrations of vinyl chloride, a cancer-causing substance, result in the forced evacuation of dozens of homes south of the landfill. Not quite where your home will be, but close. There are lawsuits. People start calling the city Waste Covina instead of West Covina. And the BKK closes in 1996, the year before you finally buy your home. You are assured that the area is safe. These are some of the toxic waste items in the BKK: acids, arsenic, cyanide, lead, mercury, asbestos, chromium, degreasing agents, oil sludge, gasoline, pesticides, vinyl chloride, plating solutions, acetone, heavy metal solutions, pharmaceuticals, hazardous spills cleanups, paint waste, and polychlorinated biphenyls. In 1984, you do not know what an asthma breathing machine sounds like. But by 1996, you are intimately familiar with its low mechanical whirring. You purchased one for your older daughter, and its noise is an inconvenience, but much less of one than midnight trips to the emergency room. A partial list of animals that have thrived atop the BKK since its closure: gray fox, bobcat, deer, squirrels, snakes, a huge variety of birds, including 4 endangered species, owls, butterflies, and coyote. Through most of the years that the BKK has sat dormant, you have been busy working. You likely never had time to wonder whether any of these animals also have a too large thyroid, like the one you possessed before doctors eventually took it out of you, like the one your older daughter possessed before hers was removed as well. Perhaps they just have a few nodules on their thyroids, if they have thyroids, like your younger daughter does. Do coyotes need adrenal and endocrine glands? You don't know. Here's the thing, though. This property, your property, was not cheap, and it still isn't. In fact, it was expensive compared to the national average, very expensive. People want to live here. They always have. So the BKK isn't seen like a hulking, dangerous blight on the community. It's seen as an open space waiting to be turned into a profit. It starts with the Starbucks, of course. Everything starts with the Starbucks. Then a bank, a boba shop, a department store, a pet store, and a parking lot as big as several city blocks. There is a yoga studio that you've been to exactly once with your younger daughter. You breathed in through your nose and out through your nose, ujjayi breaths, within spitting distance of a super high-rise worth of waste. Up above the Starbucks, Field of Dreams is a recreational sportsplex which recently made the news for being the site of a post-iftar cricket match for the faithful of your neighborhood during Ramadan. Field of Dreams with no Kevin Costner in sight. You remember the famous line from the movie, "If you build it, they will come," and wonder if once again developers are making jokes at your expense. If you build it, they will come, even to the top of a mound of hazardous waste. You remember the brochure's bullseye. You almost laugh. Right around the time that Starbucks arrives, you are diagnosed with breast cancer. You have a double mastectomy. You survive, you go back to work. Another joke, the first developers to build closer to the BKK, to perch a few McMansions on the side of the landfill's less toxic slope, named the entrance to the new subdivision Aroma Drive, as in, what's that smell? It's not very funny. Because the whole state of California has a homelessness crisis, because property values seem destined to remain high, of course your dump is ready for another facelift. A new proposal by a developer has just been approved in City Hall. It would disturb the landfill's sensitive surface to add 400 hotel rooms, swimming pools, a zip line, and a virtual reality park. It promises to be a destination. Everyone is anticipating the project increasing their property value. Your own property value took a hit in 2008, and you're finally above water. So it's bad news, but it's also kind of good news. This plan strikes you as ridiculous, but inevitable. But by now you understand the power of the myth of this place, of this whole region. It is a myth steeped in the idea of reinvention, that things do not have to be as they once were once you reach the coast, or even as they so clearly appear. Perhaps virtual reality is the most appropriate use for this space after all. But you are done conjuring a fantasy. Your body, your experiences will not allow it. You are sitting with the facts as you see them. The scarcity of viable options in this region, the proximity of your loved ones, the years you've spent making this place your home. The notion that this is better than being any place else is powerful, and it feels more like the truth every day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. I'm happy now to introduce Tomás Saraceno, who's an artist who works at the intersection of art, science, astrophysics, engineering, and probably also the weather and the weather conditions, who analyzes and studies really the life on this planet of humans, non-humans, and more than humans, and how the weather, the winds, and the movement that they produce conditions the ways of life we have in it. Being in dialogue with Tomás has been a great pleasure. With Tomás, actually, and the rich group of people and of minds that constitute the Aerocene community, which is a group devoted to explore how human life could exist on the planet in less abusive and more organic relation to the weather. Well, being in dialogue with Tomás has been a pure pleasure that led us actually to do a total experiment tonight, kind of impromptu, I would say even, which was namely to open the Museo Aerosolar. Some of you might have seen some plastic bags lying in the garden of Silent Green. Well, opening the Museo Aerosolar at night, which I think is the first time ever actually, with what might be characteristic weather conditions in Berlin, namely rain, cold, and fog. And this experiment essentially meant knowing that the outcome would be essentially entirely unpredictable. And I think the unpredictability is also actually at the core of the project. Namely, the fact of creating a sort of fracture or forcing us to pause to incredibly quick, normally, production routines, life routines. So the fact of having to relate to temperatures, to winds, to waters, to natural heat for our flows of life and of production. Needing to stop and to slower down, or maybe to not go at all anywhere, in fact. And, well, Tomás, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Alicia. Antonia. No, when Antonia invited me, I said, oh, it's not really me, which I would like to be today, but it's us, and then together and try to do something which I thought today it would be an experiment on suffocation. And then I'm really want you to get your jacket in maybe 2-3 minutes, and then we will enter on that space, and then maybe we will be quiet for a while. Hopefully some smells you will hear and you will feel, and we will switch the ventilators, and we will drown into this ocean of plastic. I think so it's very important to breathe that will be, I think, so something which is quite crucial. And to hear, I think so with Antonia also was very beautiful. She said, oh, if there is this component of sound, I think so will be quite an amazing thing. And the other was also like that this project somehow, just a very, very tiny introduction, but we started with under the name of, with a conversation. They invite me to a place where we're turning down a kind of activist community gathering space in Milano, 2006, 2005, and then the neighborhood were very, very, very active. And then they say, well, we don't do something together. And then I say, well, you know, plastic have been, and we know what is happening more and more. We became more conscious, and then we start to collect plastic everywhere. And then this is in Cuba also. They have a very different relation with plastic. Actually, they use it amazingly. They go and buy single oil with a 50 micron plastic bags, and this means they wash it and take care in a very different way. But somehow, you know, every time that the project travel and then it collects more and more plastic. This is in Medellin, in Colombia. I think so it's a beautiful collection of stories and of people. This means many times people draw a lot of personal history, and what it happened, you have to imagine yourself is when the heat you get inside, it just rise into the air. Without the need of any burner or fossil fuel emission. I mean, I thought, well, this is when it's inside, I think so some of the things we will experience today is, and then it grows into something which was, and is today, the Aeroscene. This means many of the friends are today here, and I think so hopefully you will meet them, and then you will have a personal exchange with them. Well, we have also, you know, have done some world records on lifting up a person in the air without any need of fossil fuel emissions, and we have then put in practice a kind of a backpack which we borrow to anybody who is interested to experience these flights. Sometimes we do drawings into the air. It's kind of a large community. I think so I think 3 days ago in Argentina, somebody also have built another Museo Solar. It's, you know, people taking, and then usually now with all Friday for the Future and with Extinction Rebellion, we have team up, and then we use it now as a flying banners where people can write messages and then, you know, manifest what is this black carbon which is up into the air and try to being differently of what we have been here. And this, I mean, these are all different people who have embraced this idea, and then we are trying to feel different. Sasha, and these are the community which is around the world. This was a festival we did also in Munich recently. Some of the sculpture get up. I will go quite quickly. Some of the reflector also is good. Sometimes we let it free fly. This I mean we have built a kind of a very simple instruction of how kind of decolonize the air from this particular matter which is so poison when entering your lungs. And this I mean when you let it free fly, we usually the wind always blow to Poland and Lithuania, border of Russia, and usually we do 600-800 kilometers without any drop of fossil fuel. And in that extent also, you know, we talked with Antonia the other days, again, no, when there appear in articles, I'm from Argentina, born there, and there was a huge article in The Guardian 6 days ago where Argentina have signed an agreement of receiving a lot of plastic from the States, because now China has said no, has been they declassify the waste, and then now they can receive a lot of plastic. Has been to a certain extent when we think about Museo Solar, which is kind of a flying museum, you know, museo is a flying museum, and Aero Solar. I thought, you know, it's this idea of the collectivity that maybe we can send back all the plastics to the state without, and with a certain imagination, we will get there. I don't know, if you want to know more, these are the trajectories. I don't know, with MIT we developed something which is called the floating predictor. This we are up into the air. Also very, very important is when you launch it, who pick it up? And this means at the beginning we were always jumping to the car and going there, but the community have grown really huge, and then every time now we launch one of them, there is a lot of other people around the world who go and pick it up again. It's a kind of treasure hunting. I mean, it became something very beautiful. The radio amateurs are very, very active around the world, how you could, you know, recover that thing, and usually it lands when the sun comes down. I don't know, these are some of the images, and we will get, once again, it fly without solar panels, without batteries, no? Without helium, without hydrogen, without any, and many of the helium and hydrogen also a byproduct of fossil fuel extraction. This, I mean, it's something people usually, where is the solar panel? There is not really solar panel, it's very, very simple. This is the floating predictor. This, I mean, what we did with MIT, we kind of forecast all the weather from 700 stations around the world, and then you can go online and then try to predict your journey in the future. What it does today, when you usually Google a flight, it tells you when is the cheapest ticket to go to the state. What it tells you, the program, is when is within 16 days, which more or less the weather forecasters is more or less predictable, the wind will take you to your destination when you learn to float in the air free from carbon emission. This, I mean, it's really this idea of waiting and then attuning to other rhythms. Yeah, I don't know, there are many images. These are all the weather forecasts. You can see very different, you know, if you take just one day after, the wind take you completely to a different direction, and subsequently. This, I mean, these are all different weather forecasts, one after the other one, and these are the different you know, corridors that it could happen to the air. Just friends, people from the studio, and other balloons, and I think so. Why we don't go up there and then get this feeling of being somewhere?
This is the idea. We go out together. We go out together, and we'll have some instructions. Do well, wear jackets because we're gonna be cold for a little bit, but yeah, we will breathe and survive. And at 7 p.m. we come back in for a performance by Hulda. Thank you.
The exit to the performance is in the back of the hall.
dioxide mine, Southwest Australia. Is silicon and oxygen, SiO2. When separated from oxygen, pure silicone is used as semiconductors in photovoltaic solar cells and microelectronics. Port of Albany, southwest coast of Australia. Separation of silicon and oxygen demands high heat and therefore lots of energy. Dioxide is transported long oceanic distances to where energy is extracted. International Silicon Metal Production Plant PCC, Husavik, North Iceland. Geothermal energy plant, the Starikid Highlands, North Iceland. Gases from the Earth's crust are released to the atmosphere via cooling towers. Geothermal wells. High voltage cables. Silicon dioxide from Poland. Wood from Finland. Coal from Colombia. Electricity rods for the furnace outlets for the CO2. Poisonous dust. dioxide, coal and wood burn together. Carbon and oxygen bind as CO2. Silicon liquefies, falls down and is trapped out to cool down. Metalloid or silica metal Si has been created. Silica metal.
So we have experienced ocean glory, looking up. This work is a work of Hulda Gudnadóttir as part of a further work she's doing called Silica. This is a new art practice as research project that investigates the production process behind semiconductors and solar cells and microelectronics. We have to thank the Visual Art Fund Iceland for making this possible. Ocean Glory is a new video work by Hulda Gudnadóttir with original score by Gudnadóttir and choreography by Margaret Sarah Gudnadóttir. Video performance by Laura Sigmund, sound design by Niels Bantien, and green screen camera by Dennis Hell. The work of Hulda has been commissioned by Savi and, as I mentioned, with the generous help of the Visual Arts Fund Iceland.
Kannst du offen lassen. Alles gut, danke dir. Damit rum auch. It's open, the first time. Ja, ja, genau. Wir haben jetzt geöffnet. Weil unten zu viele drin sind, deswegen haben wir jetzt oben aufgemacht. Okay.
I will jump in very quickly. This is the second interlude by Bencke from Laboratory of Aesthetics and Ecology.
Okay. So I want to start the second interlude by reading an excerpt from a text called Sick Woman Theory. It's written by Johanna Hedva, and it's published in Mask magazine, so it's online. You can find it. I really recommend it. It's a beautiful text. Johanna Hedva is a psychonaut sorceress, an artist and a writer. And I quote, I used to think that the most anti-capitalist gestures left had to do with love, particularly love poetry. To write a love poem and give it to the one you desired seemed to be a radical resistance. But now I see that I was wrong. The most anti-capitalist protest is to care for another and to care for yourself. To take on the historically feminized and therefore invisible practice of nursing, nurturing, caring. To take seriously each other's vulnerability and fragility and precarity, and to support it, honor it, empower it. To protect each other, to enact and practice community, a radical kinship, an interdependent sociality of politics of care. Because once we are all ill and confined to the bed, sharing our stories of therapies and comforts, forming support groups, bearing witness to each other's tales of trauma, prioritizing the care and love of our sick, pained, expensive, sensitive, and fantastic bodies. And there is no one left to go to work. Perhaps then, finally, capitalism will screech to its much needed, long overdue, and motherfucking glorious halt. That was the Hedva text that I want to start this interlude with. So, I want to start now a small video, and I want to talk while it runs. And there's a little bit of sound, but we'll be fine. So I want to stay with this questions of damage and the possibilities and also impossibilities of repair. And ask, what are the problems and what are the potentials for thinking through toxicity as disease, of thinking through current environmental states as an incurable illness, of thinking through precarity as a planetary condition, a starting point, not an exception, not something that can or ever will be cured. And so how are we to employ in, for example, politics of care? And very importantly, politics of not any old care, but good care, radical care, comradely care, in order to quote or paraphrase thinker and writer Sophie Lewis. Of caring for the strange, for the other, holding alterity carefully without intrusion and without colonization. What potentials of thinking through exhaustion as planetary condition, and at the same time differentiate that exhaustion, and to ask who's situated exhaustions, whose privilege to rest. So what are the implications and possibilities of soft resistance, the transformative potential of unproductivity, of leaving the muscular and masculine model of protest? This video is a work by artist Helen Pritchard. She's an artist and a geographer that works to bring together the fields of computational aesthetics, geography, design, and feminist technoscience. And the film, as we will see, ends with scenes from the movie Oil Gobblers from 1988, which is a sort of fabricated documentary about a new animal species that lives in conditions that are inhospitable to humans. And I want to read from Helen Pritchard's open call. Again, I'm reading from an open call. This one is called Queering Damage, and it is a pamphlet with instructions and suggestions on how to possibly and also impossibly queer damage. And I'm just reading excerpts from this pamphlet. I will be happy to distribute it afterwards if anyone is interested. Queering damage. Queering damage invites us to wonder together about the potential of microbial, animal, plant, mineral, cosmological technoscience. To situate ourselves in these mundane and alluring scenes, to consider these labors and imagine a collective life otherwise. It asks us to ponder the possibilities and limitations of informatics and to take seriously the effective forces of non-human animals and machines. How might we extend queer theories that concern personal injury into more than human ensembles in order to consider the damages shared by humans and non-humans? How can we generate ways that takes us beyond reparative narratives or benevolent utopianisms towards more than human life? Queer analytics. A methodology for queering damage, a methodology for partial reparation or not, a methodology for holding damage, a methodology or not. Operation 1, attunement. Open the room, break the flow, get into the flow, feel the ground, attune to the environment, find the courage, feel the urgency. Operation 0, situation. Damage. To widen the notion of damage and identity, its conditions and surrounding, pain, suffering, injury, uselessness, unrecoverability, unrepairability, homophobia, racism, ageism, ableisms, speciesism, classism, exclusions, inclusions. Queering, non-identitary, non-essentialist, non-fixed lives, trans-feminist approaches, intersectional, not only human, anti-normative, affirmative, other geometries of relation, partial reparation, perhaps that we can have some partial hopes to repair some damages but not others, or to live with damages in ways that give comfort and care, a basic gesture of trying to organize a togetherness that counts. queering methodologies? How can we, as Octavia Butler might say, uphold a politics of queer survival? Analytics, a post-positive move. It is urgent to reclaim analytics in non-profit experiments. Reclaim analytics as a practice of cutting complexity together apart. Take on both the injuries caused by analytics and also to take on how we might invent or generate or build on an analytics for trans feminist work that stays with damage. Generative operations, potentials for curing, modes of intervention. Remediate, multiply, speculate, re-narrate, love, protest, resist, reclaim, invent, flip, celebrate.
Yes, thank you so much. For everyone that joined later, this is a program called On the Long Term You Cannot Afford, on the distribution of the toxic. And I would like to just welcome you to Savvy Contemporary, a space that has been started around 10 years ago. And today we are a group of around 30 volunteers working to keep the space going. On that note, if you would like to support us, there is a small donation box outside. So just letting that know. But I think what's quite important is the fact that this year we mark 10 years. So it's been a long time for many of the people that started already back then. Some of us kind of left, but never did. And one of those people is actually Latedjou, our next performer. She's at heart our Savian still, but maybe this time she's on the other side of the of how we do things. So she'll be performing. So it's a very dear moment for us to also have Savians come back on stage. Latedjou, Língua, Livre, that's gonna be the piece or the latest album, EP, that she has composed. She's a singer-songwriter, violinist, and a visual artist. And in the album, she uses sound to question the status of an official language in a place like Luanda, Angola, where she grew up. It speaks of the heaviness of words, of an everyday speech still tainted with the blockages, colonial impositions, and aggressions of the past, all which are rare topics of conversations in a city and country that is reluctant to face the social impacts of that part of the history. Welcome. So, Língua Livre is also a story of a character who openly declares themselves orphan of mother tongue, and thus steps out of being shamed and held responsible for not speaking the language, but who tries with emotions, atmospheres, and a few words to come close to the language of their people. So, let's welcome Latedjou on stage.
A child, a newborn, an orphan, conceived by historical silence. A child, a newborn, an orphan of mother tongue. Merci. A visit, daytime, nighttime, memories rushing from another body, memories from the past, flashbacks, they say, painful, excruciating, traumatic, they say. And everywhere, the water, the cowrie shells, the bodies, in the water. E no escuro, há coisas que digo, que sinto, numa língua minha. criança largada do colo de quem não entende o que viu. Saíam palavras de mim sem letras, mas com som do chão e o eco do peito batido com a mão. Não vou do som. Luz e luz e ponto. Não bota mana bande kunangai balik ikaite. O balulia mopaya te lokan kili susute. Nalela namando koyamboka anga nalela nalingala ya bakoko nanga basambeli banzambe babosani nzambe anga nalela namanoko ya mboka anga nalela nalingala ya bakoko nanga. Obrigada. Des grains de sable, des vagues de langue, du sable des ancêtres, rouge.
Nudeli wezidoteo nali bonagba. Nindu ezidoteo kabagbao Afunto tonton na poro fini. Nous les dotés, belopo, il a levo gba wede fono. Nous des lin, o les dotés, na lin, o na gba.
Au coin de ta lèvre, ta poussière dont tu ne parles pas, m'ériges en soleil. Ta poussière que tu ne parles pas, mais que ton silence sommeille. Mais que ton silence sommeille. Mais que ton silence sommeille. fendre mon corps pour arriver à bon port. Les âmes du sol s'agitent en douce pour me voir forte. Là où le temps fait bon, où l'arme attend se fond dans l'air désert qui descend la gorge sculptée pour accueillir la nouvelle. Sors de mon sang, viens me trouver sous le vent. Je n'ai de l'ombre, je vis de la lueur qui éclore sous les décombres. La route est longue sous l'eau, j'aspire à la surface un peu trop. Terre en pavé couché, j'attends de te revoir tel qu'on se l'était prononcé. Ancêtre de sable rouge, fais frétiller les mots qui m'habitent en bouche. De 3 cuillerées de son, des diagrammes oubliés sont venus retoucher le passé. Partir encore pour retrouver un accord. Si l'on part, il n'y aura que le soleil pour nous guider. And so, the irony, the void in words, sounds always spoke much louder. J'ai des fortes raisons volé à une prêtresse des eaux et des terres. Je sors sur la pointe des pieds, grain de rouge dans mon sac en bandolière. Je traverse la rivière en crue de beauté avec une ficelle et une carte dorée. Des forteresses posées au fond de mon être, des tours de sable rouge volés à une prêtresse des eaux et des terres.
Okay, thank you, Maria, again, Latedjou. So, I'm the one who's supposed to deliver unfortunate news. Yeah, everyone else is trying to do something else. So we're really extremely sorry, but unfortunately, Françoise Verger got very ill, and she couldn't basically take the plane and come. So she sends her warmth, and she asks you to send her warmth back to get better. So unfortunately, she will not be joining the program. I would just also like to give a comment maybe about this hall, right? Maybe as a bridge to your introduction. You know, this hall is actually a mourning hall. So the whole complex is a former crematorium, and this is where people met to mourn. And I think it's a very important thing to think about, you know, the space that we're in, and kind of how we share different sensibilities in that sense. So I hand the microphone to my colleague who's going to introduce us to Raqs.
Should we wait a minute?
Wait for it?
Should we wait for them to
Well, maybe give us, just say 2 minutes until we remove the table.
Okay. The next speaker is just going to come on in 2 minutes.
Speak at length. Just waste time.
Huh? Really? Do you want... Okay. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. So if you want to stretch your legs, go to the washroom, get a drink, go ahead. Blessed be. Hi. Thank you for coming. We're... Hello. Hello. Oh. Hi. Sorry, what was that? Huh? You coming down? Come.
You're going to forget your own name? Shall I remind you?
No. How are you feeling?
I'm good.
I do have one more contract for you before you leave after.
Okay.
What time were you thinking of heading out?
Of heading out? I want to stay till the end.
Chalo, theek hai. But, yeah, but I was just, the way I'm going to introduce is I'm just going to read from the bio as opposed. No, not so much. Literally like a line. One line. Keep it brief. Okay, keep it nonsense. Keep it brief. One anecdote, one line, but. Chalega. She. Oh, thank you for coming. Oh.
Such a good concert.
Wasn't that beautiful? Did you guys get a picture?
No.
They're at the front if you want one.
Okay.
We have some really good people. So there's a speaker now from Raqs Media Collective. We'll introduce him.
So now we're kind of, yeah, exactly. So now it's a break, and then it's good. You're kind of
party. At night at Bessie. I don't know if you know it.
No,
You can
I
join
don't.
if you want.
I think I'll be here till 12 and I'll be pretty exhausted. But tomorrow night, if you guys want to just... No, tomorrow's Sunday.
That
Sunday.
kind.
Yeah.
We could watch American Horror Story together.
Yes. Do you want to do that tomorrow?
At your place?
Yeah, at my place.
your place? Okay.
Oh, I'm so happy you guys came out.
Such a good turn.
I wish I could introduce you to everyone, but everyone's a bit scattered right now. It's been a long day.
You do your thing.
I love you. What is this? This is a little cigarette.
Are they smokable?
No.
Well, like.
Everyone. Yeah? Like now? No, let people come. Okay. Okay. Hi all. I'm very excited to introduce Sudha Brata Sengupta, who alongside his colleagues Monica Narula and Jibash Bagchi founded Raqs Media Collective in 1992 in New Delhi. I first came across Raqs in an art history class in my university, and I was very interested to see how their work stood at the intersections of so many different disciplines. Raqs continue to be anchored in New Delhi, persistently welding a sharp, edgily contemporary sense of what it means to lay claim to the world from the streets of that city. Raqs follows its self-declared imperative of kinetic contemplation to produce a trajectory that is restless in its forms and exacting in its procedures. They have exhibited widely, including at Documenta, the Venice Biennale in Istanbul and Taipei, among others. They are the artistic directors of the forthcoming Yokohama Triennial in 2020. Please join me in welcoming Sudha Brata.
Thank you, Mahnur. It's a real pleasure to be here. You said you would forget your name, so I've remembered it. Thanks a lot. It's a real pleasure to be in Berlin with all of you and to think a little bit together with all of you. I'm doing this a little bit on the fly, so forgive me if there are occasional lapses. In this thing that you have, there's a note that I must have written on a day when I didn't sleep much, because it doesn't make that much sense, but I'll try and make sense of it as we go along. Everything is eaten away from the inside by toxicity in equal measure. So I come from that city, which is, there are 7 cities that are the most polluted in the 10 most polluted cities in the world. 7 of them are in the Republic of India. The most polluted of them all, the most toxic, is Delhi, which is where I've been born and lived, and I really like breathing that air. So in the month of November, that's what we usually get. So you see we're sort of steadfastly between very poor and severe. There's something called AQI, this Air Quality Index, which makes the air something that you can actually taste on a good day. It sticks in your tongue, it sticks to your clothes, it's in your lungs, it's in your heart, it's everywhere. So everything is eaten away from the inside by toxicity. In equal measure, porosity is ubiquity. The action of time and perforations produced by different kinds of toxicity proliferate porosities. The action of time perforated by different porosities. And we're a bit obsessed with the question of time and date. So today is November 9th. Remember the 9th of November, right? What's the 9th of November? Lots of things. When I woke up this morning, it was already 10:30 in Delhi, and the Supreme Court in India had given a judgment that said that a mosque that no longer existed would no longer exist, right? So they decided in their own way to deal with what they thought was toxic by canceling its presence. November 9th is the day the wall came down. November 9th is Kristallnacht. November 9th is November 9th, 1918, when two friends of mine, Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, were telling all of you Berliners, take hold of your lives, right? Porosities perforate time and date. Some things never go out of business. The Kristallnacht never goes out of business because the Supreme Court in India decides to enact its own Kristallnacht 81 years later. It will go on to enact other things like detention centers, like this one, which is in Bangalore. It's waiting to receive people declared toxic by something called the National Register of Citizens and the forthcoming Citizenship Amendment Bill. And who are the kind of people who have been declared toxic? They're illegal aliens. Very often the people who actually deal with toxic materials. The greater number of Indian cities have landfills, and we talked a lot about landfills earlier today. And the people who work on landfills tend to be from Bangladesh because they do the work that no one else will do. They do that honorable work that no one else will do in cities. Everywhere in the world in cities, somebody does the work that no one else will do. And they usually do it because they're the ones who can be invisible and invisibilized by the system that produces divisions of labor. And this is a very nice picture of a municipal official with a stick running after Bangladeshis who are working on the landfill, trying to throw them out of the landfill, fully aware of the fact that if they get thrown out of the landfill, nobody will tend to the landfill. So the garbage mountain will grow while the toxic people are put away, the so-called toxic people are put away in the detention camps. Here is an official processing people who have just been identified as illegal aliens, as toxic denizens of Indian metropolitan cities. It's very interesting to think about the relationship between large collections of people, urban habitats, and toxicity, between senses of danger and senses of the delimitation of the cities. I'm very happy to be speaking in a crematorium. We talked a little bit yesterday in the panel discussion downstairs about the fact that discomfort with death produces strange pathologies which actually complicate the way in which we think about the relationship between boundary conditions, containment, all words that came up today, toxicity and pathologies. So let's think a little bit about crematoria, necropolises, cemeteries, and cities. Let's think about Berlin. Can we have the sound up? It worked when we did this earlier.
It says you're muted. I don't know why.
Anyway, the clip that you're going to see is from a work of ours called The Capital of Accumulation. And it's a strange little detective. It's the one previous to this. Should we try now?
Yeah. Cemeteries mark the edge of cities. When you fall out of life, you fall out of the city. One way to understand the historical growth of a city is to see where cemeteries appear. They usually radiate outwards, like points on the rings of a tree trunk, in concentric circles from the historic center. Each epoch of city development adds another necropolitan notch along the radius of urban accumulation. The Friedrichsfelde Cemetery in Lichtenberg was not yet a part of Berlin in 1919. At the end of the 19th century, the mortuary of the Charité Hospital on Heimstrasse in Berlin was restructured along scientific lines to cope with the growing pressure of the unclaimed dead. For a while, it set the world standard for a bespoke, efficient, scientific tribute to the last stand of the unknown citizen. Separate facilities for the display, storage, and autopsy of cadavers were incorporated. Cold rooms created in the basement for keeping bodies that could not be identified. Ducts were sunk into walls and ceilings for the circulation of air. Hydraulic lifts were installed for the transportation of bodies, and channels dug on the floor for the draining of fluids. Vitrines were built for the exhibition of exceptional specimens. And still, the mortuary was overcrowded. This is where people came to search for a missing friend or relative. Standing in front of a glass-enclosed identification platform, they would see a body raised diagonally, the face uncovered. Up the stairs in a corridor stood an arched vitrine. For decades, this vitrine held an unidentified adult female torso. She was found in water and kept to demonstrate the effects of drowning on human tissue to students of forensic medicine. Professors duly noted. Time of death, unknown.
Professors duly noted. Time of death, unknown. All cities give rise to missing people. And that particular missing person was the woman who on the 9th of November said to Berliners, hey, take control of your lives, Rosa Luxemburg. Or so, 2 forensic pathologists in the Charité hospital, a man called Michael Sokos, and not the second one's not a forensic pathologist, he's a historian, believe. And for many years now, they've been trying to identify a cadaver, a body, which doesn't have a head, which doesn't have arms and doesn't have hands and feet, but has a torso, an unidentified missing female with a torso. Rosa Luxemburg. On the 9th of November, she said, and I'm reminded of the beautiful music that we heard just now, which talked about the voices of orphans. So on the 9th of November, she says that a revolution is like a newborn child crying out for life, right? So we have to care for our times when they change. We have to make sure that they're protected from the toxicities that assail them from all sides. And we have to make sure that sometimes they don't end up as missing bodies. They're always missing bodies. Here, for instance, is a picture taken some years ago in a coastal town called Thoothukudi in Tamil Nadu, which is in southeastern India on the eastern coast. And in the distance, you can see a nuclear reactor. And that nuclear reactor is what everybody's really worried about, because they know that the combination of seawater, storms, and nuclear reactors sometimes leads to the word Fukushima. And the people in this town know that very well. And they've been trying to create a popular movement in order to try and protect themselves from that nuclear reactor. And this is a moment when they all gathered on the beach, on the seafront, in order to try and do a public gathering against the imposition of nuclear power on their neighborhood. And a Coast Guard plane began taking survey photographs of these people. The next day, 9,000 of them were charged with waging war against the state and sedition. And that process has continued for several years. I know right now that at least 144 are still in prison with the serious charges of waging war against the state or sedition, which can last or lead to a life term in prison. Not very far from Thoothukudi is another town in Tamil Nadu. Sorry, that was Kudankulam. This is Thoothukudi. And this is the site of a copper smelter. And the copper smelter, again, produced toxicity in the ground, produced enormously high levels of cancer in the neighborhoods around this copper smelter plant, and again led to a popular uprising, which was confronted with the elite sniper units of the Tamil Nadu police. 14 people were shot dead, and several people were injured. This is what the daily life of toxicity, in a sense, sounds like. The daily life of toxicity leads to missing bodies. Bodies disappear, sometimes down manholes. For instance, in India, the continuing practice of sending human beings of a particular caste group, the untouchables, to work as sanitation workers without protection into the sewage system, where routinely people die as a result of exposure to noxious gases. In my city, Delhi alone, in the last 2 years, 68 people died just out of cleaning sewers. This is in a very big, wealthy, modern metropolis, which prides itself on being the capital of a powerful state. Let's think a little bit about what it means to send people into the sewage system. One of the things that we think about a lot is the relationship between people, resources, the world, products, and poisons. It was very interesting yesterday in the panel discussion, we had a distinction between what was called substance ontology and relational ontology. So if you take something like shit, you can either take it as a substance, like we saw in the performance, or you can begin thinking about it as a relation. Whose shit? How far does it go? How does it get into the water? How does it get out of the water? In other words, you begin tracing relationships between anybody and, I don't know, everybody, because everybody's shit is in the system, and the antibodies that begin to emerge in your corporeal self in order to fight infection, until you become a nobody, a corpse, a cadaver, often felled by typhoid, let's say, or cholera. So, the entire discipline of thinking about the relationship between shit, life, and death actually began in a very substantial way in Berlin through the discipline of what was called cellular pathology. The idea that cells could begin to touch other cells. So infected cells could touch healthy cells and make them infected. And the guy who did this was this man. Love German professors. His name is Rupert Virchow. And he invented a principle, a medical principle. Omnis cellula e cellula. Every cell comes from another cell. Every cell touches another cell, and that's the secret of contamination. Remember, this is the 19th century when Pasteur is doing his thing with milk and vaccinations, and this guy, Rupert Virchow, is doing something quite remarkable in the way he's thinking about shit, sewer lines, and cities. And in Berlin, he has to do it because there's another gentleman called James Hobrecht. There's a James Hobrecht Allee somewhere, not far from here. And Hobrecht is a very fascinating character because he's a civil engineer and a town planner. And he produces the first substantive master plans of Berlin. He creates the housing units, which all of you are familiar with, which have nice houses in the front, then a yard, and the crowded, dingy little houses at the back. Because he knows that in order for the Prussian bourgeoisie to be living well, they need their servants in the back and in the attic. The problem is that the sewage system carries the shit of the little farm boy who's come to work with the master, and the seamstress, and the old tuberculic lady, and the shit of the refined bourgeois gentlemen and their families. And the shit gets talking to each other in the sewage lines. So they have to create systems. They have to create ways to produce pathologies, to produce a taxonomy of classification of pipes. And that's what Hobrecht does, which gives rise to beautiful things like this treatment plant, which is in a place called Hobrechtsfelder and Hobrechtsfelder Rieserfelder, which is the leakage fields where the sewage finally goes. And now I believe it's a national park of some kind. It's quite beautiful because trees grow out of shit quite nicely. But the point is, who has to work there? So this is from a study done in 1906 by a Chicago civil engineer, very admiring of Hobrecht and Virchow. And he says, in the sewage farms, thus provide simple open-air employment to an almost unlimited extent for a class of persons whose maintenance institutions would not only be less satisfactory from a sanitary point of view, but would also cost the city more than under the present arrangement. He's talking about 700 to 1,100 workhouse prisoners, mostly beggars, vagrants, tramps, and prostitutes in the city. Goes on to say, it's a beautiful phrase, thus by a sardonic but truly poetic justice, the sewage of a great city and its human riffraff are forced to work out their salvation together. Sewage, human riffraff, salvation. That's, the caste system, alive and well in late 19th century Berlin. It's really interesting to think about the coexistence of life and waste and poison and shit. So, there is a little museum in the sewage treatment plant on Ruhleben. There is such a place, Ruhleben, right? Yeah? And there is a massive sewage treatment plant there. And there the people who work in the Ruhleben sewage treatment plant have made a museum of all the things they've found in the sewage pipes, like bullets, like a tortoise shell, like time itself, like an identity card, a wallet, a hammer, the accoutrements of daily life, proving once again that extraordinary intimacy between waste and life, between toxicity and living processes. But why someone would throw a tortoise shell down their toilet is something that I can't quite understand. I mean, it tells us something about the incredible complexity of the Berliner's mind. Right. Anyway, so let's think a little bit more about limits of some kind, of the way in which cities produce these limits, in urban forms of life produce these limits. Back to the capital of accumulation and Rosa Luxemburg's missing body.
For a change, a Polonices keeps vigil over an Antigone's body outside the gates of Thebes. Is it time to settle accounts, to look for what was lost and what was found in the last 90 years?
On the credit side, there's a sort of habeas corpus. We finally have a body, even if it is only a body. We know who she is, but we cannot take her name. On the debit side, we lost the plot. What can you do with a body if you can't take her name? What use is an addition in the statistics of disappearance? Who will tend an unmarked grave? Something is still missing. A sense of closure, a drawing of lines, a marking of limits. Limits.
In the equation between what the world is and what we want it to be, why is it that the question of limits generally weighs in on the side of the questioned, rarely, if ever, on the side of the obeyed? As if to hear, what exists, exists. The reality of capital is also its eternity. We're also at the same time to be told, be realistic what you ask for. there are limits to how much can be altered. How many more times will this be heard? Why are there no limits to what we are told cannot be altered? Or is it just that we are avoiding asking this question?
A missing body is like an absent question.
What is it that is not being said?
These are the rumours that trouble the street, the doubts that keep you awake, the whispers that unseat.
It is being said, and it is being denied.
Rosa never left the building.
Rosa never left the building, so she's still there in Charité Hospital.
The capital of accumulation has not yet resolved the question of what it must do to bury the casualties of the accumulation of capital. It does not matter that these consequences are still denied a name.
Rosa never left the building. But supposing she did, and supposing on the 9th of November she were here, appearing by my side, talking about the cry of the newborn baby, what would she ask you to think about? Would she just talk about the redistribution of wealth? Or would she, as we sort of began to hint at yesterday, talk about the redistribution of toxicity, of waste? So that from each according to their needs and to each according to their shit, right? The redistribution of the toxic is probably one of the most pressing concerns in the world that we have today. And if we were to look for an equitable world, it would mean one in which we all had claims to socially produced wealth according to our needs, but also one in which we would be able to equally deal with the poison in our lives, because it's not going to go away. Let me end by invoking a person who worked with animal waste. And this is a 16th century mystic poet called Ravidas, who produced a kind of vision of the world which I think is still quite interesting. And he says, Kahe Raidas Halas Chamara, Jo Ham Seheri, Sumit Hamara. Says Ravidas, the tanner, the leather worker. And remember, working with leather with animal carcasses is at the lowest bottom of the ritual caste hierarchy, because you're dealing, again, with death. And the toxicity of death is something that the cordon sanitaire of Hinduism just cannot deal with, has to throw it away. Says Ravidas, the tanner, now free, in this city without sorrow, we are all co-dwellers, co-inhabitants, friends. It was Ravidas, the 16th century artisan, leather worker, poet, who named and imagined this city of bliss and equality, predating most utopian visions. It's 50 years before Thomas More's Utopia. The regal realm with a sorrowless name, they call it Begampura, a place with no sorrow, no taxes or cares, no one owns property there, no wrongdoing, worry, terror, or torture. Oh, my brother, I've come to take it as my own, my distant home where everything is all right. He declared that now he, Ravidas, a khalis chamar, an free, untouchable leather worker, who has freed himself from the shackles of hierarchy, invites all into a milieu where there are none who are second or third or fourth. All are equal, each has primacy, and all roam through the palace halls of bliss, which everybody inhabits as companions of each other and the planet. The diameter of Begampura is vast, and its circumference porous, open-ended at the edges. It encompasses oceans, forests, cities, waste, animals, tools, Homo sapiens, machines. Its maps are complex navigational diagrams that chart paths and currents between an expanding archipelago of many selves, many kinds of selves, the cosmos and consciousness. The audacity of this image comes from a paradigm of care. In the past, Polynesian islanders sensed that the diameter of islands with the flight of birds. A 9-mile island would have thus a 200-mile flight diameter. The land did not end when water started. This sounds charming, but the moment we acknowledge the expanded terrains by bringing in toxicity, fear starts to rage in the mind. Fukushima, Chernobyl, Bhopal, these are all stories of expanding diameters of toxicity. They're all diameters that have vastly expanded from their source. It is not a surprise that the profound song of equality for all was sung by a person who knew toxicity at its heart, who dealt with death and animal waste. He saw equality as the deepest connection. The care of life and the care of self are not possible without care with toxicity. The splitting of care and the toxic is detrimental to thinking about the future of life on this planet. To live with toxicity is a condition of life. We have to think about our sickness, our offal, and our residues of constant industrial production and consumption. More and more, pharmacology is a balance of toxicity within the human body. The life of millions is extended by the balancing of pharmacological toxicity in our bodies. So we balance poisons with other poisons. As our life expectancy increases, so will various chronic conditions. Health cannot be considered without toxicity. And the prolongation of life brings with it the intensity of disease mechanisms and the need to take care of them. The care of life, the care of those we love, the care of neighborhoods, the care of others, the sustained circulation of abhorrent images that terrify us is a continuation of the civilizational blind spot that can only think of maintaining the life of some by the banishment of others. So if you think that you can frighten yourself by looking at all those pictures and cigarette packets that produce the horror of cancer, as if cancer would not enter you if you didn't smoke cigarettes, then that was a way of containing toxicity in some imagined place. We have to begin to think of life with toxicity and without its banishment. We can do this by openly discussing as a global conversation with the self-knowledge of a civilization that this banishment is a cruelty and a folly. Believe me, as the bearer of the burden of a civilization that prides itself on nuanced social hierarchies, I know that this is a cost too high to bear. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Hulda. And I need to ask you all to actually get out for 15 minutes and come back. We'll have Matana Roberts after, and we have to do a mini rehearsal before that. So please bear with us. Just leave for 15 minutes and be back again. Yeah, have a drink. This was so
You were great.
You earned your wine.
Earned lots of drinks tonight.
You earned.
And he rocked it yesterday.
I'm extremely honored and excited to be presenting our next performer, which kind of also makes me think about what we were talking about. Maybe some of you were there yesterday, about different forms of disobediences, ways of collectivity, you know, ways of disobeying kind of the toxic. So what do we do? Which of course brings us back to the sonic, to sound, to also thinking about improvisation as one way of disobedience. And today we're going to be joined by Matana Roberts, and she will perform an improvised piece called Untitled Number 1. Matana Roberts is an internationally renowned composer, band leader, saxophonist, sound experimentalist, and mixed media artist. She works in many contexts and mediums, including improvisation, dance, poetry, and theater. She made 2 records as a core member of the Sticks and Stones trio in the early 2000s, and has gone on to release a diverse body of solo and ensemble work under her own name on Constellation and Central Control over the past decade. She's perhaps best known for her acclaimed Coin project, a multi-chapter work of panoramic sound quilting that aims to explore the mystical roots and channel the intuitive spirit, raising traditions of American creative expression while maintaining a deep and substantive engagement with narrativity, I think I'm tired. But I'll go on. So, okay, whoa. Okay. Narrativity, history, community, and political expression within improvisatory musical structures. Constellation began documenting the Coin project in 2011 and has released the first 3 of a projected 12 album-length chapters to date, with a 4th chapter arriving this October. She's also currently with us in Berlin at the DAAD Artist in Residence program, so a lovely big applause to Matana. Thank you. Woo, 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 woo!
Trying to feel the room. This is a really interesting room. We are not alone. Not at all. And so I'm going to base this improvisation. I'm timing myself because I can go on, and we don't have all night, though. This is amazing to see you here. I'm going to channel the energy of this room, and we're going to travel together in these sounds, and we're going to create something together in these sounds. And I'm going to tell you a story, possibly, because I do have a really interesting history with crematoriums. I do. I'll tell you that story. Hum that pitch with me, please? Or one of the two. And when I stop, you stop? And when I start again, you start? And when I stop, you stop? That's a little low for me, even. I can't stop thinking about death. Right? That's what I'm thinking about. I think about death a lot. So, and I mean that, I don't mean that in this morbid sort of way that we can do to ourselves, because that's just the natural thing of being human. But I think about death a lot. As we go through each moment of our day, we're dying a little bit every day, you know? And I'm thinking a lot this year about how everything that I'm doing from this point forward is kind of like at this point in my life, is a return, I'm returning somewhere. And that's what I think a lot about when I think about death and dying. And sometimes I think about how relieved I'll be. It'll be such a relief. These things that I'm mad about, these people that I'm mad at, it doesn't matter. Right? After a certain point, it doesn't matter. I'm giving you a new pitch. That's hard, right? So I know a lot about crematoriums because if anybody, I don't know what it's like in Germany, but at least in the US, trying to bury a loved one is just it's traumatizing because people know that you love your loved ones so much, you'll spend whatever you can to make sure they're okay in this, next place that they're gonna go. Not that they really care at that point when you really think about it, but they really prey on people and they really prey on families. And the one thing that saved my family twice now, because both of my parents have been cremated, was cremation. And so when I walked into this building, well, I felt okay. It was when I got a little lost downstairs, and I felt a certain kind of way. I felt like somebody wanted to meet me, but I'm not ready to meet them, that kind of feeling. And I remember when my mother was cremated, and they gave us this heart-shaped box with her remains in it. And I remember the first time that I looked at them, and the suspicion I felt of how do I know this is actually my mother? We're talking about Chicago, which was talked about earlier. Yeah, Chicago. It's not called the Windy City because of the weather. It's called the Windy City because of the politics and some of the underhanded things. So, I had this box of ashes, and I remember putting my hands in the ashes, being like, wow, this is this person that meant so much to me, all here, like this? What is that? What is that about? So my mother passed away in 2010. My father passed away just a couple years ago, a year and a half ago, 2 years now. I would carry my mother's ashes with me to different countries and leave them in these different places because she never really got a chance to really go anywhere, to travel. And it was always my dream that once I could get to a certain place, I could take her. My mother didn't even have a passport, you know? So I would carry her ashes across various borders, and I'm glad no one ever asked me, like, what's in that bag? No one ever asked me, and I was never stopped. And the last bit of, they're all over Europe, they're all over the US, and the last place I was able to leave them was on the Cape Coast in West Africa, where I went to sea to put my feet down in the slave castles. I like the word castle so much, but this idea of slave and castle together is really traumatizing. And the one thing that I really liked about cremation versus my grandmother, who had passed away in 2005, she used to make jokes about how she had her funeral all paid for because she knew that if she didn't, we would bury her in a pine box somewhere. She was very upset about that. And she got this big fancy casket, I'll never forget it. And she'd be very unhappy with the wig that they put on her. I don't think she, I keep remembering that. But she's in this space in Chicago that I never go to. I rarely get a chance to go there. It's, you know, cemeteries are often on the edges of cities. But I have multiple places of where I can visit my mother, all over the world, really. And it's, it fills me with a lot of joy. But being in a space like this is just a really good reminder, and I've been saying this to a lot of people this year, and I don't know where it comes from, but it's just something I'm really feeling right now, is that the body is just a bag, right? It's just a bag. And the body has a time limit, but the soul is completely timeless. There's this idea of death. I know many of us in here have dealt with different areas of that maybe, and how these relationships that we have with people in real life, like what is real life these days? In real life, IRL. What's real life? They don't end those relationships. These things, this drama and trauma that I felt when my mother passed away because I was afraid that there's certain things I wouldn't hear anymore, that maybe I'd forget certain things. That was a bit of a terror. Would I remember how she laughed? And then this one moment of joy I had where it was like, well, at least, you know, those things that she used to say that kind of bothered me a little bit, I don't have to hear them anymore, right? But I hear them all the time. It never goes away. So I guess all this to say, and this improvisation is basically riffing off all the souls in the room. It's us, and it's a lot of other people too. I feel them. I know you feel them too. So I went to the slave castle and I went to do a tour of a slave castle, but I want to learn. And the gentleman who was my guide, I was the only person on his tour at that hour. He turns to me and he says, "Sister," I said, "Yes." "So do you want the real tour or do you want the tour that I give to the other people?" And I said, "What? What do you mean, do I want the real tour or why do you do that?" And he said, "Well, people come here, they're already feeling bad for having to be in a place like this, and I don't want them to feel bad, and sometimes giving people the real story just brings them so far down, it helps no one." And I disagreed. I told him that I thought that was absolutely ridiculous, and that he needs to share the real story with everyone, the real history of what happens in these spaces and in these places, the real history that we're sitting in amongst here and walking around this space with all these other souls. And this is actually a really beautiful historic day to be amongst other people singing, yes? This idea of coming together in, fellowship is a strange word, but in fellowship, where you may not know the person next to you, you may not even like the person next to you, right? But you can sing. Keep it going for me. And just remember the body is just a bag. And remember that the body is just a bag. One more time. One more time. Live life. Can you repeat that? Live life. Out loud. Live life. Stay proud. Live life. Out loud. Live life. Stay proud. Live life. out loud, live life, stay proud, live life, out loud, live life, stay proud, live life out loud. Live life, stay proud. Live life out loud. Live life, stay proud. Now just sing with me. Live life out loud, live life, stay proud. 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 All right, that's a mellow Saturday night. Thank you so much.
Let's use this one. Wow. Need a minute. That was, yeah. Time to be a professional. I'm really, really happy today to introduce Edna Bonhomme, who I've had the pleasure of getting to know over the past few weeks in and outside of Savvy. And yeah, she's going to be blessing us with a lecture performance, and I just want to read a few words about her before we begin. Let's see. Edna Bonhomme is an activist, historian, writer, and lecturer whose research interrogates disease, gender, surveillance, and embodiment. She has written for various publications, including The Baffler, Africa is a Country, and The Nation magazine. Bonhomme earned a PhD in history of science at Princeton University with a dissertation that examined plague bodies and spaces in North Africa and the Middle East. Her creative work is guided by diasporic futures, herbal healing, and bionic beings. Please help me in welcoming Edna Bonhomme. Thank you.
Is it on? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So first of all, I really want to thank the previous performer, Martina Roberts. That was so empowering. And I'm also very inspired by so many of the people who've spoken and also performed today. It's been quite an enriching day, and I thank Savi and the curators and others for coming together in this space. In addition to being a historian of science, I also want to say that I'm a recovering biologist. And what I mean by that is that I'm going to move from the realm of the sonic to also the realm of the scientific. So some of you might have horrible flashbacks from organic chemistry or other kinds of disciplines that you might have been exposed to, but I'm here to make science fun and accessible, as well as to connect science that I've been exposed to, that I learned, to the many histories that we wear on our bodies, wear in our souls. And I kind of want to piggyback off of what was kind of evoked by the previous person to say that I'm from the United States and a descendant of slaves who ended up in the Middle Passage, specifically in the Caribbean. And what has made that experience interesting is to think about how that intergenerational history connects to the biology and specifically the toxicities that we get exposed to over our lives. And being in a space like this and a place that bodies were brought to be burned very much reminds me of what brought me to history, which is my fascination with convening with the dead. So with that, I'm gonna start. Everyone is poisoned, but not in the same way. Since the rise of industrialization, inorganic toxins have interrogated themselves into food, water, and bodies, with some compounds assimilating into our flora and fauna. The toxic ghosts live inside our bones. Under capitalism, toxins produce chronic diseases, new hierarchies of life, new social formations, and new mutants. The toxic can also be thought of as ghostly matters, an unsettling phenomenon that troubles the human, or what Anna Singh would call disturbance regime. Rather than have a well-defined definition of the toxic, I want to suggest that toxicity is a matter of dosage, and to point to various forms of toxins. Toxic masculinity, digital toxicity, nuclear waste, lead, and something that I'm going to talk about later, arsenic. So how do scientists think about toxicity, and what are the different ways in which, from the cellular to the more biological, that people think about toxicity? One way that people think about it is in terms of the genetic turn. Genetics has become one of the entry points to understanding the inner and outer core. Individuals can have incorporations of DNA and use themselves to test for their genetic map. In this way, they can become their own physician, they can become their own personal scientist, and they can determine the blueprint for their lives. Some argue that genetic markers are merely a proxy for the hierarchy of humanity. In their edited volume, Genetics and the Unsettled Past, Keith Whaley and Alondra Nelson have remarked, quote, "The study of genetic variation in people around the globe opens an unparalleled view into the past. One drop of blood or a few cells swabbed from the inside of the cheek unveils mankind's origins in Africa," end quote. Another aspect of genetics is that it's also become a way in which people try to code for racial and ethnic groups. But beyond that, people also try to think about the ways in which certain genes and genetic markers, such as the BRCA gene, have helped to shape genetics. Perhaps the genetic turn is a 20th century phenomenon that is in part due to a growing pharmacogenetics industry that seeks to stratify potential consumers to their race and ethnicity. This approach dovetails with the practice of privatized biomedical industries that use the genetic map for racial and ethnic identities. That is to say, people are at risk based on their genetic cues. While genetics today has become a standard for shaping how we think about health risk, our collective past at the same time helps us to understand the negative consequences of what happens in the here and now. That's why I think we should turn back to the body, not in the manner of the phrenologists of the 19th century, but rather in the ways that we think about capitalism and the ways that it makes us sick. A return to the body can give us a comprehensive glimpse of the illnesses that are not just seen as a disease, but rather to provide an entry point into layers of environmental and genetic change. That is to say, the toxic ghosts live inside our bones. One aspect of toxicity that we can see is in the case of sub-Saharan Africa and how it's become a colonial waste site for the Europeans. In her article on interscalar vehicles of the African Anthropocene, Gabriel Heck shows that the French mining of uranium companies in Gabon, which is here, has been a site in which uranium has been deposited in the towns of places like Moana. This site has been a place in which nuclear waste has been situated in what scholars call waste colonialism. Moana is slowly transforming into an embodied space in which people experience higher rates of cancer and other forms of diseases. When ore is extracted into this space and deposits are then milled throughout the country. If we think about what this means, it means that today colonialism is on steroids, or what one could say, the afterlife of waste colonialism produces new diseases based off of African minerals then being refueled across industrialization. Rather than thinking about toxicity in an abstract sense in a faraway place, I also want to think about how my exposures to toxicity have been dovetailed with toxic air, food, and water. So turning to the first one, if we are to understand what it means to be an intoxicated body, we might want to consider the different case studies and the ways in which we accumulate new diseases and pour upon different spaces, how our cells, organs, and our bodies are changing over time. I've been marked by toxicity in 3 places, and I want to point to the 3 cities that it's happened to: Miami, Florida, Brooklyn, and New York, as well as here in Berlin. And so I'm going to do these in 3 acts, which is to say, Act 1, toxic food, what we eat, a case study of arsenic and why I stopped eating chicken. So if we're going to turn to chicken, I grew up in Miami, Florida, the land of the Seminole people originally, and the Mississippi. First it was colonized by the Spanish and then eventually by the United States. And it is in this land eventually that agricultural sectors, husbandries have developed, and people have also been exposed to various forms of urbanization. However, in order to understand what's happened to Miami, we have to look at what's happened in the United States more broadly, which is that people are being poisoned in their homes all the time. On June 2019, Ana Almendrala wrote in The Guardian that hundreds and thousands of children in the US are exposed to lead and subsequently left with the cognitive and behavioral defects. She goes on to describe how the exposure to neurotoxin increases in the prenatal children, and then, or prenatal people, and then eventually into elderly life. While most people in the US are aware of the ongoing waterborne toxins in places like Standing Rock, or even the rise of asthma in cities like New York City, little is known about the everyday toxins that we eat from things like chicken. So let's understand what is arsenic and how exactly has it become ubiquitous in US society. Arsenic is one of the most pervasive elements known to humankind. For many centuries, arsenic has been intentional for human poison, for which it has generated much fear and interest. In the 20th century, the element also was excavated from the earth and eventually used for feed, specifically chicken feed. Being poisoned is not a matter of dosage, but rather it's a question of how arsenic has transformed itself into various forms of compounds. So this map here, or these different compounds, show the ways in which arsenic integrates itself into the cellular material in our bodies. So what happens when we're exposed to arsenic? Does it shrivel? Do we die? The next slide shows various ways in which acute exposure to arsenic changes over time. The clinical signs of acute or oral arsenic toxicity are progressive and depend on the form of valence and the dose of the arsenic. In a human adult, the lethal range of inorganic arsenic is estimated to be 1 to 3 milligrams per kilogram that an individual has. Moreover, there are other forms of ways in which arsenic is integrated into the food. This particular study shows some of the carcinogenic and non-carcinogenic impacts that arsenic has on people. Beyond that, the symptoms you can expect to endure from arsenic range from diarrhea to death. Survivors of acute arsenic poisoning may develop peripheral neuropathy, which is displayed for severe ascending weakness, and it may happen or have an effect for years. And in 2010, in the United States, there were 5,000 cases of arsenic pesticide poisoning and 1,000 that were related to non-pesticide no poisoning. Arsenic is in the chicken in the US, and this is part of the reason that the US Food and Drug Administration has said small amounts of arsenic can be found in most plants and most plants and vegetables in the United States. This is not an accident, but it's a product of roxarsone, an organic arsenical compound which is part of the feed that is given to chickens. Arsenic is also likely to be talked about because it's a metalloid that you can find in both the plants and animals in the Global South as well as in the US. Fortunately, Europe has banned arsenic and the feeds such as roxarsone, but that's not the case in most of the Global South. Despite all the published literature examining the mode of action, there remains strong debate over how arsenic exerts disease-causing effects and no single unifying theme about how it emerged. Nevertheless, the biochemistry confounds many efforts to understand the mechanisms of toxicity. And given arsenic's ubiquity in the husbandry industry, I stopped eating chicken. The toxic ghost lives inside our bones. Act 2. Toxic water, what we drink, a case study of the three-eyed fish from my former neighborhood in the Gowanus Canal. In the fall of 2015, while living in Gowanus in Brooklyn, the Gothamist reported on a fish sighting. Quote, "The third eye is centered smack dab in the middle of the fish's head, suspiciously symmetrical for mutation. The fisherman claims to have used cheesy bread, probably from the canal Whole Foods nearby, to bait the fish, which bears more resemblance to an exhausted bicycle tire than a living creature." End quote. As a resident of Gowanus, I was temporarily bewildered. Will other creatures in the canal develop a third eye? Will I develop a third eye? John Waldman, biology professor at Queens College in New York, confirmed that the fish that was found was not exactly a three-eyed fish. Rather, it was a bullhead catfish that was in the image of a hoax. While the legitimacy of the three-eyed fish was dismissed, it was difficult to ignore the toxicity of the Gowanus Canal as a Superfund site and as a place of high level of contamination. In one article in the New York Magazine on the 9th of November 2015, Nathan Pemberton wrote, quote, This does dismiss the fact that the pollution does cause mutations, but for our flannel-clad fisher friend, the more immediate danger is that eating the fish, as he said is planned, isn't advisable, even if the fish has two eyes. The man can anticipate a hearty dose of PCBs and heavy metals like an arsenic when he puts the baby on the skillet, all toxic to the human body. But warnings aside, this hasn't stopped a legion of brave and maybe a little bit mutated in the head fishermen from trying their luck in the Superfund stream over the years, end quote. So what is the Gowanus Canal? What are the ambient materials? I think this canal is a place full of life and death, and this is an image of the canal and the 9th Street bridge that passes over. What's interesting about the Gowanus Canal is that it also intersects with environmental disaster. On the 28th of October 2012, Hurricane Sandy reached the shores of New Jersey, and eventually it reached the shores of New York City. And it was during this time that rubbish, as well as this waste, flowed throughout the canal. The canal is located in Brooklyn. It's about 2.9 kilometers, and it's impacted by multiple non-aqueous phases liquids that had come and developed over the past 200 years, mostly from manufacturing gas plants. So some could ask, what is a Superfund site, and how many of them are there in the US? This map shows the many Superfund sites in the US, which is about 1,344. Thousands of contaminated sites exist nationally due to the hazardous waste that were dumped, left out to the open, or otherwise improperly managed. These sites include manufacturing facilities, processing plants, landfills, and mining sites. In the late 1970s, toxic waste dumps such as the Love Canal and the Valley of Drums received national attention, and when the public learned about the risk of human health, that's when they created this concept of Superfund site to clean up the toxic that has been left by manufacturing industries. While the New York City drinking water was funneled from elsewhere, my proximity to the Gowanus Canal and 3 years of exposure to this toxic waste site was embedded into my urban sphere. And it's in this way that the toxic ghosts live inside my bones. Act 3. The air we breathe and how coal-infused air in Germany contributes to chronic stress. Air pollution kills about 6 million people worldwide every year. Around half of those deaths are linked to poor air quality outdoors. And many of those pollutants are produced by farming, industrialization, wood burning, and transportation. Diesel particles penetrate into the respiratory system and then enter into the lungs and then eventually into the bloodstream. Ozone is a pollutant that is part of that pollution process and is further amplified by diesel fuel. As many people have noted, air pollution is a global burden, especially in Europe, where, if you can see from here, Central Europe has a quite high percentage from 2005 and onward. So what you can see from the graph is that the parts per million, 2.5, is highest among places like Germany, Austria, and onwards, with places such as the Scandinavian countries having less air pollution. Scientists estimate that air pollution reduces the mean life in Europe by about 2.2 years, with an annual attributable per capita mortality rate of 133 people per year in the European context. The human cost of air pollution, as you can see from this, shows that Bulgaria has the highest number of people, and Germany is right after Slovenia and before Lithuania. Another health outcome of the air pollution is that it causes chronic stress. Researchers have found, and this particular study is based on in Germany, that there's a high relationship between poor air quality and chronic stress, leading to physical and psychological health inequalities. Outside of that, the cardiovascular disease and ambient air, so not just what we see out in the atmosphere, but also what we have in our home, is very much a problem in the European context. Nevertheless, there is also a difference between the East and the West in terms of what air quality does and how that impacts people's health, especially with respect to allergies. For example, the one study showed that the German reunification gave a unique opportunity to investigate allergies between the two populations from post-1989 and onwards. What they found was that the prevalence of allergies was higher in West Germany than in East Germany. This was especially true for diagnosis of hay fever and birch pollen sensitivities. Allergies in the East Germany increased after the reunification in spite of decreasing traditional outdoor air pollution with dioxide and coarse particles. Nevertheless, there is some things that have been gained since 2008 when low emission zones have been introduced into the German cities to improve air quality and to protect the health of the people living here. The results have indicated that the introduction of low emission zones have brought positive effects, reducing air pollutant concentrations. However, those measures haven't been enough to overturn air pollution overall. Nevertheless, there's still overall 790,000 deaths, excess deaths of air pollution in Europe more broadly, and some of those deaths lead to the things that are listed here, from pneumonia to heart disease. Altogether, the toxic ghost lives in our bones. Final act. Are we mutants? Are we poisoned by capitalism? What can we do about toxic apartheid? And how can we detoxify or create a detoxified revolution? Point mutations have historically been the way in which one single nucleotide in a genetic code changes who we are. They appear random, and they are surprisingly common from the time that we're children to the time that we're adults. In fact, every child has about roughly 70 point mutations in a year, so most mutations are actually quite normal and neutral. Thinking about mutations also made me think about something, one of my first loves, which is graphic novels, and particularly the X-Men, where it's in the Marvel X-Men comic that mutants have a genetic mutation called the X gene, which causes their bodies to develop irregular and strength. The majority of mutants vary from person to person. However, they can display anything from telepathy, flight, energy projection, accelerated healing, and enhanced physical strength, all to variable forms within the world of X-Men. Within this world, people can also have gills, tails, altered skin color, etc. Unfortunately, my toxic exposures have not allowed me or given me the ability to have flight, accelerated healing, or even agility. I've always been and will continue to be clumsy. Toxicity as a form of mutation does not necessarily give us special powers in the here and now. If anything, it actually causes more mutations, more cancers, more cardiovascular disease. Yet what we can find is that the environment and the toxicity that we are exposed to have varied degrees of embodied impacts, not just the ones that are produced by superhumans, as is the case with X-Men. Rather, they create new diseases and new organic bonds, as we saw with arsenic. While the tensions between genetics and environment are an ongoing debate in scientific communities, using this as a proxy for embodied experiences fails to acknowledge the ongoing variation that we have in and across generations. A renewed authority that turns back to the body can allow us to repair the damage that we have to absorb. Although we have a lifetime of natural point mutations that continue to be repaired, proximity to toxicity has not given us superpowers. In other words, we are not the X-Men, we are not mutants, we are just merely damaged bionic beings. Thank you.
Working. The next performance will start in 10 minutes. I would like to do something for 10 minutes. But I'm not going to. I can say mother for 9.5 minutes. To mother is a verb. The multiple facets of the verb mother. Many kinds of mothers. The performance, that's gonna start in 9 minutes, probably, because one I have just taken. The performance Mother the Verb deals with queering the word and the concept of mother. Mother the Verb is originally a collaborative work of two performance-based artists, Javier Cel Fesquez and Ivan Monteiro. Through queering indigenous of color lenses and bodies, the duo usually explores and expresses the tense relationships around motherhood while honoring the labor and heart of many kinds of mothers. Tonight, Mother is a Verb is presented as a solo version by Ivan I.V. Monteiro, which is gonna come in 7 minutes from now. Should I read my poem? Okay. So why there is a poem? It's hard to say, but so I have had the freedom to express myself within the curatorial team with many things, including the things I'm best at, which is cooking and joking around with words. This is not a funny poem. It's been probably a too funny introduction for it. And I'm gonna try to read it out loud, although I have not tried to read it out loud seriously before. The letter we in toxic. A compendium of worries. Maybe I'm gonna hide myself. In the eyes of toxic, we are all one color, greed. At times, the toxic is too clean. We get sick just hearing of poison. At times, the toxic is mobile, travels memories from stories to veins, fills barrels, bodies, bins, and bins. Dumped, loveless, we wait for isms to dream, to scream, drunk, selfless. We miss the we in wastelands, listing dead ends to feel. Busy is one more important than another. Some once we called for another planet me. Already full, toxic, sick, intoxicated. Gluing with tears, new pages in encyclopedias. We look for space in space. Big bullet ships are loaded to shoot people in the skies. There's blind demand, but the ticket sale point is an all-time classist. Another once we painted nature and culture in an underwater rebirth around fish and fossil in fish. Life and death now together in things, the wet dream of the sci-fi writer who fears death by plastic, but wraps herself to stay alive longer. At letter R, pages are made of stone. Reduce, recycle, reuse. Repetition is on hold for the uploaded version. Hands shaking on screens hide agreements on human-made natural disasters. In fact, isn't it all over this human over thing, master? At letter D, pages are made of toilet paper. Distance, denial, disposal. Dumping is too pop. We use it for toxic relationships. At letter W, paper is news. The Congress of Invisibility sent via senses capital sentence letters. What you dump today kills tomorrow. Waste of time is wasting time. They wrote and attached images of crying landscapes. Hundreds of poets watch the same hills and search for the most erotic epithet. A volcano erupting under a skyscraper, farmers moving crops with magnets, another blockbuster on prosperity. When the private divorce the public for extramarital affairs, truth leaked in the planetary oceans, and we all got spam emails to stay silent. Control A. And I am just a messenger. Now we gotta say, Ivy. Okay, Ivy. The mother is a verb.
agüita que corres por las montañitas encendidas. Agüita que todo lo transforma. Agüita que da la bendición. Agüita curandera, agüita de luna y de sol. Agüita de los hombres. Agüita del porvenir. Agüita de las mujeres, casa primera antes de parir. Agüita de las mujeres, casa primera antes de
I don't know much how to talk about climate change. But I do know one thing or two about water. I don't know how to talk about climate change. But I do know one thing or two about water. Because like water they came, and even though my folks are holy, their body won't turn into wine, and into the gutter, their blood will run slowly. Because like water they came, and even though their body are holy, their body won't turn into wine, and into the gutter, their blood will run slowly. I don't know much how to talk about climate change, but I do know one thing or two about water. I don't know how to talk about climate change, but I know one thing or two about water. Because like water they came, and even though their body is holy, their body won't turn into wine. And back to the earth, warm will run slowly. Because like water they came, and even though my sisters are holy, their body won't turn into wine. And on all of your hands, their blood is running slowly. I don't know much how to talk about climate change, but I do know one thing or two about water. For example, that on our planet, 70% is made of water, salty water. 12 to 16% of the sweet water that we have in the whole planet, it's in Brazil, more precisely in the north, where a lot of indigenous, native, quilombola nations still struggle to live there. The water is their heart, but their heart don't belong to them. Not anymore. Their heart belongs to who can raid more, violate more, and make their own. I don't know much about climate change, but I know one thing or two about water. I know that our bodies are made 60% of water. Water is very important for us, my fellas. They constitute parts of our blood. It takes substances from A to B. It helps against shock waves for our brains, for our spine, for the fetus, produce the saliva, lubricates. And even though all of this is made of water, we think we own our body, and I don't think so. I don't think we ever did. The body is there for who can pay more, violate more, raid more. I don't know much about climate change, but I know one thing or two about water. Running down water from the face of black and brown people who will be the first ones, if not the ones who have been getting the blow, the violent blow in the fight for this precious resource. The same ones that will have their house flooded or wrecked by water or see their beloved ones die by the lack of it. I don't know much about climate change, but I do know one thing or two about how to survive, even though the system have not teach us how to survive. I'm gonna tell you a story. I was a little person, something that people used to call a boy. But in school they call me a strange boy. I was the preferred one from the teachers. I was very good in geography and in biology. That's why I could save some of these facts that I brought to you now. And my teachers, all middle-aged white women, I have never had a black teacher. They were very affectionated of me. They probably have pitied me for my existence, knowing that outside of that classroom, I would have hell in that school, and I did. But I was very lonely, not just in school. I was alone most of the time at home. My mom didn't have much time to take care of me, and that's why I have to learn everything alone. She is very happy, and if she would be here, she would tell you all how happy she is that I have turned to be a kind of functional adult. But she's happy with it. I'm also happy with it. You know, I was happy alone. I've been always happy alone. And by the time that I was 11, I knew already how to clean the whole house, how to cook for the whole family. I knew how to masturbate, how to give pleasure to other men. I got great grades at school, and I knew all the lyrics and choreographies of Express Yourself by Madonna. Not bad for a kid that didn't have internet. We didn't know what was internet. We lived in the slums. And I was lonely, and I knew that my mother was also lonely. But we took very little time to understand the loneliness of each other. I was just a kid, and I cried. I cried a lot because I wanted her attention. I needed her to notice me. And I think, therefore, I have learned all of this to get her attention, and sometimes I succeeded. Sometimes she said to me, "You're just like me when I was at your age." Made my heart jumps out of joy. I don't know much about climate change, but I do know one thing or two about water running down water from the face, more precisely in the format of tears. I remember very clearly one night. I still feel everything, the smells. We were sitting on the sofa. It was our favorite ritual together. We were watching telenovelas together. It was just television, my mother, me, and her hand caressing my hair. Happiest moments, very, very happy moments. It was my safe cocoon, you know? But suddenly something happened. Something happened that I would never forget, and that has marked me to today, and probably that's why I'm here telling you all of this. Suddenly, a drop fell over my cheek. Plop. I didn't know what it was. I was surprised. And I recall everything from this night. Even the smell of her hands was still smelling like onions because she was working the whole day on a restaurant. And then I was like, what is this? It's not raining. Because if it would be raining, it would be coming drops, water drops from the roof. Sorry. This is my hair making noise. It's a wild hair. So I looked up, and it fell another drop, this time inside my mouth. It was salty, it was bitter, it was a nauseating taste. And then I realized she was crying. I was in shock. She was in shock as well. She didn't notice me. I just turned my back from her face and looked to the television again, pretending that nothing happened. But again, another drop, and again, another drop, and again, another drop. It was violent. I felt pain. You know, and then the commentaries when the bombs fall, and then this huge smoke like a rose. I was like feeling this on my cheeks. I don't know why she was crying. I still ask myself, but I never asked her. I thought maybe she's emotional by something that is on television, but, you know, television never did, and still today doesn't show the problems of Afro-Brazilian women. So probably was not represented enough for her to get emotional. That statue over there, in shock, with me on her lap, was looking through the television, where her hands were working on my hair perfectly still, and the drops were falling. I don't know much about climate change, but I know one thing or two about water. More precisely, tears. Did you know that tears are salty because of sodium and potassium? And it's made by our lacrimal glands. Did you know that humans are the only animals that can actually expel emotions through tears? Also, it's antibacterial, so it's there to protect our eyes against all the pollution. Without our tears, we would probably be blind. And did you know, this is the most interesting thing, our eyes produce from 15 until 30 gallons of tear per year. It's amazing, no? It's powerful. This information is powerful. Tears are powerful for me still today. They are mighty destructive. Because every tear that fell on this cheek was corroding my skin. It left like big holes in my soul. It destroyed walls that I didn't even know that existed between me and my mom. Suddenly, I didn't see my mom as the person that I wanted her to feel proud of me. She was not holy anymore. She was just one more person, just like me. How could she do this to me? I felt like from that day on, those tears, they have braked me. And I knew that I have to learn ways to protect her. It took my innocence away. We were equally in shock. And like this, we stayed for some hours until the tears have dried. And then she got back to herself. She rose my head. And kissed me where the tears have dried. And she said, "Boa noite, meu amor."
inverted tongue, from whence does fulfillment come? And I expel from this mortal shell, will I die for living love? I am my vital, if my heart is idle, and I do. If my heart is idle,
Sorry, just 1 second. Was a last minute thing and we need a table. Anyway, I'm happy to introduce you to Abidjan Toto. When I started working on Toxicity, various people were like, okay, you really have to get in touch with Abidjan. And so I did. And Abidjan is a curator, a researcher, one of those, I guess, hybrid figures that work very much with different type of media, I would say, very much interested also in education and pedagogy. And I think one of the notable things that he co-founded together with Pujita Guha, who unfortunately could not be here with us, but is definitely here in spirit and in research, so a lot that you will be presenting is actually part of work together, is the forest curriculum. Which is you define it as a multi-platform project for research and mutual co-learning around the nature cultures of the forested belts of South and Southeast Asia. And I think in general, it's also about trying to decentralize knowledge that is so focused on sort of urban-centric premises and try to take also other spaces that has been also kind of erased and delegitimized almost from sort of formal educational settings. I am very happy to present a lecture. Okay, sorry, this is really hard with everybody going around. Anyway, we're doing our best. Titled Against Apocalypse. Well, thank you, Abidjan and the table for being here tonight. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Alles gut? Okay, cool. I mean, I'm pretty loud anyway, so... Oh, I have to do it from there. Okay, cool. I'll jump around. Huh?
Give me 1 second.
And then... Okay, cool. Excellent. So, I don't know what Antonia was thinking me putting me after that incredible, beautiful performance. I don't... sort of the symbol of the Anthropocene and the symbol of where we are today. But what it ultimately is this precise vision of the Anthropocene as a very Judeo-Christian phenomena, which is seeing the world end in fire. I mean, this is sort of this entire rhetoric of global warming as well. It is this kind of fire and brimstone kind of prophecy that is unfolding. And as a response, it produces its own Noah's Ark, which sees, therefore, the world as not an entangled set of multiple moving ecosystems, ecologies, and cosmic spaces, but rather as a thing that can be replanted. I want to talk a little bit about breath. Specifically this one. And this is our counterproposition. What we do a lot of the time is we try to think about the way that artworks inhabit the world. And this is one of our favorite films. I don't know if many of you are familiar with this, but this is a film from 1976 by the Filipino filmmaker Kidlat Tahimik. And it's a film called Perfume Nightmare. And roughly, it talks about a Filipino jeepney driver, and jeepneys are a very interesting sort of example of what I'm going to come to next, who is brought to Paris to see the beauty of the Western world, and ultimately is so revulsed by it, he summons a mighty wind from the village where he's from the Mount Banawe, to blow away this perfumed nightmare, which he calls the West. What this allows us to imagine is this exact form of jumping scales that we want to offer as a counterproposition to where we are with the Anthropocene. Because as we kind of know from the definition of this idea of the Anthropocene, is that the Anthropocene is the loss of this kind of single scalar phenomena. So we have to think across multiple scales. However, when we're centering the human within this, the relationships between the scales remains linear. However, when we're trying to think alongside sort of these cosmologies and thinking with this decolonial political perspective or agenda, we have to think about other relationships to scalarity. And it is precisely this relationship to scalarity that allows us to summon a mighty wind from a mountain in the Philippines to blow down the castles of Paris. And so this is what we want to do, a little bit. Now, I want to talk, as I said, about breath, and I want to talk about rain. Okay. I hate this font. Shudha talked about how it's the 7 most polluted cities in the world are in, of the 10 most polluted cities in the world, 7 are in India. I'm from some of them, but I live in one which doesn't quite make the 10 count, but it makes the 20, which is Bangkok. And moving there and seeing people, having lived in Delhi, Calcutta, etc., and seeing people kind of really freaking out over what I consider to be a case for a mild cough is quite amusing and quite interesting. However, the gas mask and this figure of the gas mask wearing figure who is praying has become this image of the apocalypse in urban Thailand. And this is an image from January of this year when we were asked to kind of stay at home, et cetera, not take the MRT, not take the public transport. And it was a cause for huge amounts of people going to temples and to pray to be able to change the course of things. The government had a very different response. They started, and this is quite common in different parts of the world, but what they started doing was going into public spaces in Bangkok and blasting them with these giant water cannons, which are, as we all know, also used to counter protests. So they had quite a few of these lying around, and one of the previous speakers was talking about the phenomenon of PM25, PM 2.5, and there's a lot of this in the air in Bangkok. And they were using these water cannons to bring these particulate matters down to earth, to ground, quote unquote. But there was a lot of criticism around this and being seen as a kind of quick fix solution, not actually addressing the structural problems, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so I should also mention that since 2014 we have had a military government, etc., very casual. As military governments, they're not generally known to like criticism very much. What they did was very interesting, was that they began to build a propaganda campaign which was structured around this idea of royal reign. So what is royal reign? So Royal Reign refers to one of the projects of the late king, the very beloved His Majesty Rama IX, who passed away a few years ago and was one of the longest reigning monarchs anywhere in the world. And during his tenure, he produced some of the greatest changes in Thailand, and in fact, what we know as contemporary Thailand is very much built by the decisions that he took at various very crucial moments in history, particularly during the Cold War, which I'm going to come to in a bit. And so there is a saying in Thailand that we loved the previous king because he could conjure up rain. And this was referring to this particular, so this image is from a Thai embassy website. So it's very much part of this kind of machinery of propaganda around the previous king. And they began to use, and he started flying planes in the northeastern part of Thailand, which is also where the zone that I was talking about, which was also the zone of communist movements. It was also very much where the contemporary red shirt movement, which is sort of the more left, more populist wing of Thai politics, originates from. And he began to fly airplanes into the clouds in order to make it rain. And the military government, make it rain, yeah. The military government began to use this analogy between the late king's project and this idea of shooting water into the polluted skies of Bangkok in order to ground these things, in order to be able to prevent the brooking of criticism via Thailand's very, very strict lèse majesté laws. So in order to prevent any kind of criticism. And so what is very interesting about this is that it allows us to look at the way that toxicity seeps across multiple worlds. It doesn't stay in one situated cosmos. But also, very interestingly, it allows us to look at how specific cosmologies become agents of control. So when we're talking about the cosmology of the king, it is centered around a singular divine figure, and therefore becomes about ordering universes. And therefore, it becomes easy to mobilize that in order to be able to bring into the fold and to be able to produce a particular form of opacity. And it is this question of opacity that I want to bring into this discussion here, because to work or to live with toxicity necessarily requires us to be able to work alongside a particular form of obscurity and to be comfortable with having a relationship to obscurity. This is something that we became very, very aware of when we began to research the long history of the Vietnam War. As I mentioned, I will actually use this formulation, the American War in Vietnam, as opposed to the Vietnam War, which, to a large part, the American side was supported by the late king, and who allowed them access to the northeast of Thailand to be able to run the CIA operations via. So we've been researching for a long time the long-term ecological impacts of some of the projects the CIA and the American Army rent upon the subcontinent. And one of the spaces, and one of the sites we've been looking at a lot is looking at the long history of napalm. So I want to now jump again and read you a short text that we've been writing, which has been looking at how the barriers against research and how to deal with this form of coming up against obscurity. This is a text called Rewild, which is one that we wrote recently for publication by Sugar Contemporary, and this is written alongside an artist, Song Tao, who was based between Berlin and London. So Rewild is the first in a series of unanswered letters addressed to various institutions entangled in the use of napalm during the American War in Vietnam. Addressed to the Forestry Department, this letter presents a fragment of the forest curriculum's research into the rewilding of forests in Bac Ma in central Vietnam. Napalm haunts this text like a spirit whose name cannot be spoken, in keeping with the secrecy around research into it, and the reluctance of the Vietnamese government to allow research and investigation into its material traces, out of a fear that official narratives would be challenged. Facing this enforced deference, the text takes off from Thieu's film Memory Dispute, which combines footage from Bakma with that from skin whitening clinics who use toxic substances to engage with to engage with the question of surfaces and materiality. Central to this is an investigation of rewilding as a passage and movement in time, and the folding of matter as it leaves its traces in the forests. Sorry. 2. The director. Bakma Prohibited Forest Protection Department. Book Law, That Nguyen Hue, Vietnam. Subject. Request for permission for access to departmental archives. Dear Sir, we hope you are much better now, and that the symptoms you mentioned have abated. We recall the last time we had spoken that the officers had been facing further complications, and that more of your men were experiencing similar symptoms, that the ghosts had been wrapping around their skin, sinking into their flesh and bone. We are writing to you to now tell you that we and our colleagues are set to begin the next phase of our research, and we'll be returning to visit Bakma early next month. We will then begin the process, thank you. We will then begin the process of requesting access to the archives, including the research documents commissioned by the Advanced Projects Research Agency in Saigon from 1965. As well as any information you have related to Operation Pink Rose. We hope we can count on your support again. Please let us know if there is any additional documents we would need to provide. We have been thinking a great deal about our conversations, about how to get under the skin of the forest. The bombs have grown roots, you had said, and become trees. But the trees had learnt their poison and grown back as bombs. The poison hides on the surface, on the skin. Could the skin of the forest be seamlessly treated? Word is in the toxic air that people treat skin much like they treat their forests, both scarring, waiting to be smoothed out in the due course of time. I heard Kim Puk Pan Thi got laser treatments in Florida, where the searing hot lasers boiled the surface of the skin away, allowing the scorched tissue to melt off, leaving room for new collagen to regenerate. Doctors report that it will take few more weeks for her skin to fully heal from her final treatment on Saturday, but there's already improvement from the previous treatments. Did the forests catch fire too? Did its skin wrinkle as well? Were the trees reduced to pulverized dust? Were there tracts of brittle ash tenuously clinging onto charred wood? Or could one rub the clay between one's fingers today and find burning oil reeking off of it? It is widely known that tropical forests, with all their humidities, are meant to be fireproof, and yet nobody could resist this liquid fire, this golden scourge that engulfed anything that came in its vicinity. Burning at 1200 degrees C, it would asphyxiate trees and tunnels alike. Those who live to tell the tale, however, recollected its gasoline and laundry detergent smell, its white, cloudy, gelatinous textures as it leached onto the skin. Where did the canopies fly, and who held the roots? What was the forest like when its topsoil was peeled off? Did the forest grow keloids, or were there merely mounds of mud? What is then to be replaced when the skin has been peeled off? Forest experts tell us that on the one side, there are those who would replace the lost forest with Australian acacia mensuril and eucalyptus plantations, alien but swiftly growing trees. On the other side are scientists and conservationists who would like to make the forests wild again, rewild as my academic friends call it, through native species like Copia odorata, Bambosa veterocosa, which are slow growing but support a far wider range of indigenous plants, animals, and insects. How then are the forests rewilding, we wonder? Or how do they keep rewilding ever since the Romans spread salt through the enemy's forests so as to be able to peep through the dense canopies? Having grown so considerably in the last few years, we realized that Bakma forests could stand testament to all histories and all fires that could be subsumed by the forest. The forests move at once charged by that they could now be thought of as time in the past or a speculation into the future, and unfolding where our presence stand as motes in the deep history of the planet. Like the rewilded forest, time, too, swallows whatever comes its way, making its present contain all past, convey them ceaselessly, even as it transforms itself. Rewilding is time, in other words, of a time spoken through matter. Rewilding is time imagined beyond our subjective experience of it, existing whether we exist or not. We have promised that we would share our final reports, so you'll find them attached here, along with some photographs we have taken. So, I'm going to cycle through these photographs now. So this photograph you see here is a very iconic image by Nick Ut, which shows you the setting alight of a Buddhist temple with people inside of it because they suspected there were communists hiding there. This is an image of the Bakma tunnels, which were used during the war. This is the memorial made to the burning of the forests there, where the trees become bombs. And these are the kinds of canisters that were used during the war. Rewilding, then, is an affording of a long term that moves beyond our existence. It is not a return to a pristine wilderness, but an unfolding of time as it passes through nature. Rewilding recognizes ecology's ever-transformative relationships, the physical environment's shifting equations with a whole gamut of interrelated species. It moves beyond the domains of toxicity with dualities of purity and impurity of how we are or however we maneuver through it. Rewilding is the return to nature's own will, not a human imposition of a right ecosystem or assemblage, abstaining from governing nature, from the Anthropocene, if one may call it that. As Anat Singh reminds us, the rewilded landscape languorously expands with shrubs and creepers, are regions of fertility and growth, but not one of economy and expansion. Rewilded landscapes are ruins of a civilizational ethos, a landscape of no use to capital. Rewilding attests to the ugly and impossible. There is no beautification to attest to and nobody to govern it. Temporally, rewilding brings about the fold, an engulfment of all things past in an envelope, a meandering labyrinth that is forever in becoming. Rewilding writes itself a history, a trace of history's entanglement with nature. Rewilding also posits its own futurity. It opens up a fissure where one can imagine the end anew, an end laced with unpredictability, uncertainty, unimaginable by humans. Rewilding challenges claims of authenticity, of describing what once truly was, the one that has to be returned to. There is no purity to return to, for then there never was a purity to begin with. Rewilding speaks of centuries crystallizing what once was and what might be. It emphasizes a time that surpasses the limits of subjective knowing, indicating a time before our encounter with it, and thus our subjective experience of it. Transcending the philosophies of access, transporting us to the realm of speculation, rewilding tells us what once could have been or are, or how the subjects behave, or how the objects behave in our absence. Rewilding is about a time outside consciousness, a time within which subjectivity or being in the world emerged. Time, like the weeds and the mushrooms, exist whether we do or not, reminding us that the past, present, or the future do not require the humans in any case. Time and nature endure ceaselessly, continuously, whether experienced, observed, lived, or not. Like rewilding, time too swallows whatever comes its way, making its presence contain all its past, conveying them ceaselessly, even as it transforms itself. Rewilding then is time, in other words, spoken through nature's physiology. Everything that is remote in the past, all of the future forests, visible structures, folds, foliage, ditches, paths, reflect in the present. They are the work of competing forces of flow, of differently lived histories, and hence with the different rates of movement within this landscape. That's it.
So, where's Jessica? She's around. Do you know if Jessica's in the space yet? I will go back. Okay, perfect. So I guess I'll begin the introduction. Or
Sorry?
shall we? To begin the introduction?
Oh, I think we have to move everything anyway.
What would you recommend? Should I start it?
him in the gray sweater.
Oh, yeah. Just
Oh. Oh, is it on? Oh, he has to turn it off, I think. Is there something on it?
That's good.
You should finish.
So, Jessica, question. Do you want me to read your bio and the work description? It's your preferred intro.
Yeah, we could.
Both?
Whatever you want.
Should I begin the intro in the meantime?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, everyone. So while we do the preparations and the setup for Jessica, I will introduce her. She is doing a piece, Mount, Mound, Refuse. Mount, Mound, Refuse began as a multilingual poem exploring encounters of the body and the global economy through memories of toxicity, adolescent love, black metal, and computational connectivities. Set on the edge of a quarry neighboring the artist's home, it revisits the ecocidal dumping of toxic waste and promises of reconstruction both on the internet and in the built environment. Invisible animals, several pronouns, friends and lovers known as RO, and little arsonists stroll spatio-linguistic construction sites while unearthing the history of pleasure, profit, and refuse. The young secret lovers haphazardly share grounds with poisonous trades that are tacitly legitimized by global politics and local militia. Voiced in Arabic, English, Italian, and hybrid tongues. Yeah? Okay. We'll pause.
1 second. Can you also say that there's going to be a haze machine?
Sure. To warn?
If anyone.
I was trying to do both simultaneously to save our timing.
No. It's okay. We have time.
Okay, cool.
Time.
We're right on the dot.
Hey, what a wonderful audience we have. Sincerely, thank you for the whole day and night. Woo woo! Thank you. Woo! And we're still gonna check a little bit of the sound, so allow us another 5 minutes, and then we're gonna immerse into the experience of Jessica's performance.
And thank you to the incredible curators and producers and the curatorial team who have pulled this off. You know, just trying to fill time here. Ow, ow, ow!
She just really wanted to use the microphone. Oh my God, are you serious?
Are we about to read from the contract? Should we do the same thing? Yeah, a new poem. No, she needs to do the sound, guys. Yes. Otherwise,
What did she do?
She needs to use the sound.
To thank everyone now.
Oh yes, we could, but she needs to do a sound check.
No. There is my wine. Can I have my wine?
Do you have some contract?
In the meantime, I do. A quadraphonic performance, yeah, which means that we have 4 speakers installed in here, which means that we can also sit here and, you know, just if you feel comfortable where you are, please don't move. But I'm just saying, feel comfortable also to move around or sit on this side.
We can do it with 2 speakers, no? No. Just beginning, is it function? 4 speakers. Oh wow. Yes.
I have to be right in the middle.
No.
Foundation for Arts Initiative, the Mondrian Fund, Goethe Institute, both Kolkata and Pakistan, White Space Beijing, the Visual Arts Fund of Iceland, the Artist in Residency Program, and the Berlin Senate Department for Culture and Europe. I want to thank Bennett and Ivo behind there, who bear with us for making a crazy program actually happen at all. And Ranav as well. Very few people out there would have the patience to actually stay with us for whatever, 15, 18 hours. I mean, maybe a few maybe don't know, but our mornings actually start pretty much at 10 a.m. for making this run. And thank you again, of course, to all the team that has been directly engaged in the project, and the incredible, heartful, and mindful curatorial team of Caroline Ektander, Camila Metwali, and Yasmin Alkaisi for for crying over this and making this happen. Thank you guys for being here until this late night, and we'll crash after this performance and see you soon.
Who's gonna dance? You're gonna dance.
Test 4. was in your body that made you fall sick. Toxic. We talk sick. Heaving. Crushing. Briefcase. You are what outlives me.
to flex. We'll pay the money if you take what we expect. The way I looked at her and told her, I am so many things, not so human at all. That's my hair as a sign of leaves, jeans, wings, swatting wall. That when our underscore oh steals my face, my glottis blind stand through our sharp rocks, my neck like a tumbling herald of wolf seals your face and sings in your head. It will not stand still, it will not stand still. I am looking for words that do not function in stones, extracted and buried and turned into highways, buildings, fantasies of a city reconstructed after war dirt. A forest is a factory of dreams, of halted witnesses that from material for distributed money near friends. From the depths of this vast yet finite forest, I saw us coming. I, little arsonist, and R underscore O, in from the depths of this vast yet finite forests, whose limits we have noted before coming here, but have in this moment forgotten the rattling sound of beasts, of our feet, the soft thoughts and whispers could be heard. It accelerated, stopped, then relapsed in all directions. Was little arsonist murmuring, or was it R underscore O? I strangely could not discern. Between the two voices I was most familiar with, or perhaps my own. We were used to being alone together, but not in a forest, not in this one. Gather the land and count it under your name. You repel us. Borders are the only inherently wasteful taxonomic and spatial entities, and they cannot produce me. Toxins, unbidden presence in my room. Could it have made the walls I get no sleep between? Could the walls not be set? You are sitting with me and my friends in the Blue Barrel Grove, in a forest of giant tin oil. Do you want to go for a walk? You and me and R underscore O. Drums and birds and breaths. Her cough burns daily, filled with refuse. I clicked her name. Little arsonist nudged me. We were each other's search engines. A tract of past things that are still here, but we don't know where to access anymore. Except that nothing you see is blue. Mount, refuse. That blue was mostly Mount, refuse invented and invested. Mount, refuse. From the limits of this vast yet finite forest, you can bird dog with little distance and censored depths. A quarry, a stone, and slate excavation site that breaks the mountain I was born into broken. The surveyed space we thought we were not being noticed at. How young were we? The dynamite we grew up on, since supposedly we came after war, so shouldn't have known what happened. But my memories were born before I was born, and we remembered war more than our mothers did. How can we talk about it? Under the slate sky, stale stone, that same quarry, the quarry, missing mountain from which your house was built, is not far from you. Products claim that without or after use, placed far but here with refuse. Refuse the limits of language. Language has asked me. Why am I beautiful? Am I toxic? Will you bath me? I couldn't refuse to bath language every day. What is a false witness? A witness who saw too much? A witness who did not see but spoke with the minuteness of disbelief? Oozes, bugs, and building bots. We never felt so human after all. The round boxes off suddenly looked like pesticides, undermining my chest. Poisoning is fast, easy, throw, drop, and forget. But caring takes time. Her caring words intoxicate me with a hope that will matter. Truth matters. This work is about trying to inhabit what was vastly devastated, but still here, pervading, here never destroyed. How not to be infused with paranoia when poison is still unknown. Censored studies, yes, perfumed nightmares. Poison is something which overpowers and destroys that which is called the life force of an animal. When it overcomes this force, the functioning of the organs in the body is disturbed. The quality of this condition is the property of death, since in consequence of these things, it corrupts the breath which gives rest to the body. Then the life of the animal is affected without delay. Affected without delay. This is from Ibn Wahshiya's Kitab al-Sumum, the Book of Poison, written in the 9th century. In the Book of Poisons, Ibn Wahshiya speaks of a poisonous drum that once played, the person who hears it dies immediately. Some of the questions this book on toxicology, magic, and agriculture explores are how the cartography of poison delineates the realm of the other, a power of opposition alien to self and its life force. But not all poisons kill without delay. Some are very slow, some are sonorous, others remain unheard. From the depths of this vast yet finite forest, I saw us coming. I, little arsonist and R__O, in. From the depths of this vast yet finite forest, whose limits we have noted before coming, here but haven't this moment forgotten, the rattling sounds of beasts, breasts, our feet, the soft thoughts and whispers could be heard. HCBD, HCBD. All of the chemical formulas we've turned into poetry, hurling calmly between dirt, hamstrings climbing barrel's depth. Hello? Come baby, dance. Hello? Come baby, dance. It will not stand still. It will not stand still. I am looking for words that do not function in stones, extracted, buried, and turned into buildings, highways, fantasies of a city reconstructed. After war, dirt, a forest is a factory of dreams, of halted witnesses, debt from material for money distributed near body and friends. A thirsty hunter stood beneath a hole. A wolf glanced at him and never passed. Black rendered blue barrel fat. Little arsonist, لم تكن تستمع. Waste installed on stone. The Lebanese forces stood beneath a hole. A rout of beautiful wolves glanced at them briefly. Isayat said, "We are not a secret. It, tit, tit. Missing mountain blared, black rendered blue barrel fat. Little arsonist, why were waste installed on stones? Arthritic roads, dioxins, sulking under soil, in concrete, in buildings, reconstructions, Beirut, my parents' house, hurling calmly between dirt, AGCN. Now we knew that these militias even feared music. Our words remain as silts of toxicity and song. For instance, track number 13 was far from the house we pretended to be in, but have, in this moment, forgotten. At night, while sound clinged into our hair, I banged my head so many times, reeled my mouth loose. We did the same, in crowds and intimacy as you, rolled and asked me why, I words set apart by space, masahat, space, masahat. Remember when I fixed your keyboard, Mirana, that when we would lie awake the next day, our necks remembered, dance, kiss, throw, do it again, and move to the antipodal side. Now walk, this place could kill you. I took hands and plugged the ground. To you, I wonder, will I be as cinematoxic when dead and buried in Italy, or would I have abolished language with justice and invisible animals?
Okay, I know this will sound cheesy, but I still want to thank particularly the team of people that are still here tonight, including and actually producers of this exhibition, thinkers, etc. Ola Zielinska, Antonio Mendes, Manor Lozzi, Bogdan Bodu, Kelly Krugman, and who am I forgetting?
Anna Jager.
Anna Jager. Where is Anna? Everybody who's actually cleaning out here, because guess what? This still needs to be done. Anyway, thanks everyone. Good night, and thanks for coming.